weekend meet, as it is being called Betika weekend meet, Athletics Kenya weekend meet. It is track and field. Now, I want to appreciate in the first place, before I say anything else, I pray that only I want to say, being the fourth one, we are seeing a very big turnout of athletes. Right now, we have about 1,200 athletes altogether. About 1,200 athletes altogether. The nearest one we had at Kapsabet was just about 900 altogether. So you can see the difference. Being the reason that we are calling it, it requires athletes to be able to perfect their performance, give good times, so that they can qualify World Championship, which is coming in September. The closing time will be actually in August, and right now, which has qualified. So coming back to today's event, I want to say that the registration finished yesterday, together with the issuing of bibs to the athletes, and the registration was that big. I want to appreciate in that the regional management has done a very good job, and now it appears like we are getting on to actually where we are heading on to our way to Japan. And I want to say from here, now we are heading on to other areas where the qualification is required. Now the other two weekend meets will be in Nairobi, and understandably because Nyayo Stadium, where we were supposed to take our athletes for the weekend meets, is undergoing renovations. So very likely now we are going to go to Ulinzi, that is at Langata KDF. So we get prepared to going to Nairobi, where again we expect to have a very big turnout. And then now, before even that, I want to announce that one of the world events that we are supposed to go to is Relay World Championship in China, and we are going to have the selection of these athletes who will represent our country on the 12th, that is coming Saturday. And we have arranged that we will be going to Ulinzi Stadium, so that after today, because today is the last day for getting to know who could be in the list for the trial, by Monday we will be able to name the athlete, because it is not for anybody, not for every athlete. It is for invited athletes, the ones who have shown a potentiality of being members of that relay team. So we will announce the names, like if it is formed by 100 meters, then we'll do that by Monday next week. So this is where we are.
Speaking of the relays team, when are they expected to maybe to set camp, and probably where will it be?
The
relays team, once we do the trials for the next month.
Now, the moment we do the trials on Saturday, then we will put the athletes into a training camp. The competitions are going to be on the around 11th, 12th of next month is May. So we will have the athletes to be in training camp until that time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutui. All the best. Continue enjoying the action that is currently going on.
Asante sana.
That is our Vice President, Mr. Paul Mutui, who is also the National Competitions Director, talking about the list of invite of athletes that will be invited for the trials for the relays team, and he's saying that it's probably going to be held at the Ulinzi complex come on Saturday, and then the athletes would go into camp. Remember, the team will be competing in Guangzhou, China from date 10th to 11th, and we're hoping that we're wishing our team all the best, and also for the podium finishes. Remembering that this is the first touch and track event. The first three we did in Mumias, Betika and Kapsabet were in Maram, and now the athletes also requested that the final weekend meets that they be on the tartan for them to be able to gauge their training and performance. I'm going to be handing you over to Victor and Mulemi as we continue with the fourth heat of the 1500 meters men.
A race that has been very competitive. Amos Kandie was, of course, leading the first 2 laps of this one, but here we are on to the home stretch. Who is going to take it home? I can see Kiumbe Munguti trying really hard to stay up front. That is, of course, Stephen Mutai also chasing Munguti close by. And then they come to the 150. Munguti still in the lead. But then from the outside, is Stephen Mutai. But then Munguti just hangs on to win that one ahead of Mutai. And of course, coming in second place, Charles Simotuo. So that signals the end of the 1,500 hit number 2. It's been very competitive. If you're joining us, of course, we're live from the Afra Stadium in Nakuru City. Kiumbe Munguti, winner of the third hit. Ferguson Rotich really struggled in that one, not his usual self. Ferguson Rotich, of course, silver medalist in the 800 meters from the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. But that is the man of the moment, Kiumbe Munguti, winner of the third hit of the 1,500 meters. He's made sure that he dominated the race to claim victory in this one. Still a couple of hits to come. Kiumbe Munguti, of course, claiming victory in hit number 3. So we are into the fourth hit. Told you this a packed field with over 200 athletes taking part in the 1,500 meters. So this is heat number 4. 1 mile. Seasonal names, upcoming champions, and of course, debutants in this one. As they complete the first lap of this 1,500 meters in Britain, they call it a mile. So Joseph Tobiko, Gleta Guy, Elias Kipchumba, Abristad Adomo Omar, Josiah Mwangi, Rashid Kwemoe, Vincent Kibet, Emmanuel Kipyegon, Kelvin Kipkemei, Evans Biwot, Vincent Kipngetich, Collins Kibet, Nathan Kiprono, Ramik Murimi, and Justin Barongo. Heading into the second lap, it is Justin Barongo in the lead. Watch out for Vincent Kibet, another very good 1,500 meter runner, and the man from Eastern currently in third. But Justin Barongo dictating the pace earlier on. The third heat was really competitive with both almost all the athletes hitting the bell in one pack. Rashid Kemoi, yet another big name in this one, currently in second. Is he gonna hit the front first? Is he going to make the signal, or it's going to stay as it is? So watch out for Kemoi. Evans Biwott also coming through.
I'd say, Greg, this is a rather slow heat compared to the other previous heats. I wouldn't say why, considering we have seasoned athletes. They did start the first lap well, doing a sub 58, but now going to the subsequent laps, they seem to have slowed down. I wouldn't explain the reasons why, but every athlete has their own technique. And at the end of the day, every athlete that is here knows that they're supposed to finish the race and also finish in a time that is stipulated for them to proceed forward. Also, a big shout out to the chief track judge, that is Mr. Chelanga, for your brilliant work and ensuring that we get what is required in terms of the athletes and the details. As well, also the Athletics Kenya media team for beaming the quality images to your screens, ensuring that we also get to know what is happening here in Afra Stadium, and not only here in Nakuru, but the team will ensure that each and every other Athletics Kenya meet, that they'll be bringing you what is happening on the ground.
Coach Nathan Kiprono, winner of heat number 3 in the 1,500 meters, just about edging Kemoi into second place. And right now we'll be shifting focus to the fourth heat, where we have Evans Kibet, Emmanuel Kibet, Enoch Kiplangat, Hezira Kiprotich, Augustine Kiplimo, Matthew Cheriot, Owan Logori, Solomon Kimutai, Abraham Kipsang, Saitoti Masitoi, Edgar Ngibe, Namin Kibet.
There is an athlete who's coming last from this heat number 4. And despite being last and trailing by almost a minute, so I like the athleticism and also the sportsmanship in him. He decided he has to finish his race because he came limping. I think he has an issue with the leg, if not the shoe, because he kept touching the shoe. But he's ensured that he's finished the race. And I think that is the level of competition and the spirit that we need to see, Greg.
They say that sportsmanship means that making sure you hit the tape, and of course you hit the gun, then hit the tape. So I think it also helps him in future competitions, because if he dropped out, he might not have gotten invitations, let's say, to other races in the future. But right now on your screens is the 1,500 heat number 4 that has 14 participants with Evans Kibet, Emmanuel Kibet, Augustine Kiplimo, Matthew Cheriot, Abraham Kipsang, some of the names to watch out for this one. So they've done one lap into the next one, and of course I can see Edgar Ngibe still hanging in there in the leading lap, in the leading pack, as they hit of course the 800-meter mark of this one, almost halfway through the 1,500 meters. Heat number 4, heat number 5. Yes, it is heat number 5 here at the Afra Stadium. So it is Ngibe currently in the lead. Solomon Kimutai in second, as they navigate through this blue tartan track here at the Afra Sports Stadium. Because the renovation still going on here at the Afra Stadium. But then one thing that has excited me is the turnout of the crowd also, who are cheering on these athletes from the minute they started competition in the morning up to this time. Of course, a couple of minutes after 11 o'clock, 11:20 to be precise, East Africa time. So if you're joining us, of course, we are doing the fifth heat of the 1,500 meters. 234 athletes registered for this one, but then the winners will be determined by the times posted at the end of the day. It will all be about the rankings. Early days in this. One, but then let's wait and see who number 5. He decided to go all the way in the last lap. When he hit the bell, it was all about him and the rest of the field. And this young man has just proven that he is capable of competing with the best. Of course, we'll be waiting to see what time is posted. Mr. Owan Igordi. Owan Igordi, winner of heat number 5.
Yeah, you did see what we were reading in the Bible, I think in the Revelation, the book of Revelation, the gnashing of teeth. He really did gnash his teeth towards the last sprint finish to ensure that he becomes the winner. I'd really want to be interested just to hear what he has to say about this race. And probably, did he expect that he was gonna win? Because to me, he came in as an underdog. Perhaps nobody thought that he was gonna win because there were other names in the race, like Solomon Kiptai, Abraham Kipsang, and Kipruto Samuel. But he just came from behind, overtook each and every person, and went and won the race, Greg.
This young man, of course, winning that race in a very tactical way. And we are on to the 6th heat. 16 athletes in this one. Vincent Keter, experienced runner here, also coming out. And of course, that man in the purple bib is the man we are talking about, Vincent Keter. Collins Kipkoech, Lawi Kiplangat, Zadok Warata, Alvin Basgare, Evans Kipngetich, Kiplangat Mutai, Elisha Bet, Edwin Kiplangat, Aaron Kibet, Shadrach Kip Kosgei, Joseph Ndiritit, Vincent Kipkurui, Porter Kiplimo, and Amos Kibet. Of course, there is Elijah Biwot also in the picture. So it's the 6th heat of the 1,500 meters that just about began as they complete the first lap of this one, with Vincent Keter currently in 2nd. Of course, we are looking at what the track judges are doing on the end.
Veteran steeplechaser Ezekiel Kimboy has just passed by here, the announcing booth, and he says hello. We'll remember him for his prowess over the steeplechase race and doing his ceremonial dance. Seems to be a crowd favorite. Everyone wants to shake the hand of Ezekiel Kimboy. So the leading pack has changed, and we have Vincent Keter in the lead. In the first lap, we had Shadrach Kipkosgei, but now it is Vincent Keter in the lead. You can see him in the frame of your shot with 1 lap to go, taking the lead. And on the other side, you can still see they are close to other 50 athletes who are yet to take part, close 30 to 50 athletes. So that shows you how this particular meet here in Nakuru at the Afra Stadium has attracted the numbers. And I'd say today we have the kings and queens of track here in Nakuru. Vincent Keter is still on the lead, having opened a very big gap. At some point, you'd think that he's only racing alone because the gap is about 30 meters. The crowd is cheering. The crowd is cheering, and 1 lap to go. We hope he maintains his stamina. Lawi Kiplagat is second. Indeed, Greg, I don't know, all factors held constant. Vincent Keter is expected to win this race. I don't see anything that may hinder or may come in between his running prowess, the gap that he has opened. Indeed, this race has been won by Vincent Keter. He did open the gap in the second lap and maintained, and he has won. That is Victor Kibet Keter is the winner of this heat. Elisha Bet has come in second, while Lawi Kiplagat has come in third. Quite a busy day here at the Nakuru Zafraha Stadium as the time moves. The crowds keep soaring. Those that were home, we have today the weather is at 23 degrees Celsius here in Nakuru. Clear skies, a little bit cloudy. Very conducive weather for an outdoor event like this. Heat number 7 has already taken off.
Of course, we are talking about Vincent Keter, born in 2002, of course, former world under-20 champion in the 1,500 meters. You look at how he's performed in this 1,500 heat number 5. That was quite some good performance. But I'm just looking at his 2025 season highlights, of course, the world indoor performances. Of course, he advanced to from the heats in a time of 3 minutes 38.96 seconds. He had told me that he was going to for the World Indoor Games to try and see if he could make a mark and of course qualify for other meets in the coming months. He finished 10th in the final in a time of 3 minutes 40.04 seconds. So he's out here to redeem himself, and he competed against the likes of Haile Stephanie Diagana in Lyon later on last month, where he recorded a season best time of 3 minutes 37.16 seconds. That was on 15th of February. That is his best season performance. That was in the indoors. But on the outdoors, of course, He secured third place at the New Balance KO Mile Road in Dusseldorf in a time of 3 minutes 49.9 seconds, setting a personal best and an African record in the mile race. So Vincent Keter is a man in form, by the way, and of course you look at his performances. Of course, 3 minutes 31.28. He attained that at the Stadion Slaski in Chozo, Poland, and of course in the indoors 3 minutes 34.44 seconds, set in February 10th, 2024 at the Arena Stade Covois in Levin in France.
You'll also remember during the 2021 World Under-20 Championships that were held here in Nairobi, he did win gold over the distance in 1500 meters. And the event was held at, I remember it was in the month of August at the Moi Sports Center, Kasarani. And also, this is an athlete that equally doubles and does 800 meters, perhaps, for his speed work. So this is also another athlete that is going to rock the airways, rather the athletic scene, in the years to come. We can see a veteran coach, Kirwa, from the Kenya Defence Forces, having a chat with the race officials, perhaps giving them a little piece of advice from his years of coaching. There is a gentleman here with a bib with Tanzanian colors. I don't know what his intentions are. Let me not say he is Tanzanian, but it is also another way of displaying your CV that I've been to this country, I've ran a race in this country, I've participated in this event. It's coming in position number 3. He's called Gibson Gayo. In this particular heat, we had a total of 18 athletes. The 8th heat of the 1,500 meters men's race has taken off, and a little bit of pushing and shoving by the athletes. That is the triple jump race. There is no jump by this particular athlete. As we await our colleague Charity to conduct an interview on the sidelines, we are watching the athlete complete their first, go through the first lap of the 1500 meters. This is the 8th heat, and on your screens we have the triple jump for men. And remember, for the field events, this will be a straight final. Okay, I'm handing over to Charity on the side.
Thank you so much, Victor Ogale. I'm joined here by Abraham Mutai, famously known as Solo, joining us here. He's the head of digital and marketing department in athletics. Mr. Mutai, first question first. I know many athletes are listening to you and would like to know what's going on. They were asking when are they going to be receiving the money. Perhaps if you could tell them, for those who won, the protocol that is supposed to be followed.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, my name is Abraham Mutai. I'm the head of marketing and digital strategy in Athletics Kenya. First of all, I want to really congratulate those who have participated in today's event. The event looks good. The numbers are very encouraging. This is the biggest of all in terms of numbers of all the events that we've had since we started in Mumias. And Nakuru is really coming to be that venue that everybody wants to participate. Considering that the tartan is brand new, everything looks very nice, because even the times that we are posting here are very good, and it makes everybody happy. On the issue of the event, since we started the cross country, is that the payments are now ongoing, because the results are with us now for the doping results. Remember also, it's no longer only doping that is being checked. Also the age cheating is another thing that delays maybe the payments. And it is not in the control of Athletics Kenya, because most of the results are not what we do here, because ADAC has to give all the results, clear all the athletes for us to do the payment. So by yesterday, most of the events have been cleared, and by next week we will see a lot of payments happening, and especially on the cross country. Then we come the track and field. So it's a procedure that most of the athletes understand that it takes a little bit of time, but so long as the resource is with us, your payments are secured. Already we have the money from the sponsor, and we are ready to disperse the money. Only that most of these things are not within the control of Athletics Kenya alone, because there are procedures to be followed, and once those procedures are being made, then the payments are done.
Last year we started Road to Tokyo. We finished the cross country. Now we are in the fourth event in the track and field. So far, how is the journey?
I want to say that first of all, we had a very, very successful cross country series. It was one of the biggest in terms of turnout, in terms of prize money, in terms of sponsorship. We've never had such a big event. And I want to say that we want to really thank our sponsor Betika for coming in. We want to thank the government, Athletics Kenya, for job well done in terms of technical, organizing the event all around the country, because we started our events in Machakos and we ended in Eldoret, after going to Kapsokwany, going to Kisii, and all over the country. Nyandarua, that is where we had a very good event. And the season of cross country was well summed up when we went to Eldoret for the national cross country. The track and field, as you all know, that the track and field, we are heading to Tokyo, and I want to say that what we've seen this time round is that the attendance of those who want to participate in these events, the turnout, I don't know what kind of increment in terms of percentage, but it's the biggest ever. We've never seen such. Again, it's the first time that we are also paying good prize money, thanks to our sponsors for coming in to assist the event. And look at the event that we are having today. Over 1,500 athletes have registered. An event like 1,500, we've been doing it for the last almost now going to 1 hour. We have almost around 20-something heats to be done. 100 meters as the highest heats in terms of those who want to participate, both men and women, men and women. And we want to say that we encourage as a federation, because we realize that there are a lot of talents outside there, and it is forcing us now to go back into the drawing table and see how to tap into more of these talents, because it has to also be tapped and pathways to be created, because you realize that most of them also are those who are still in school and they need maybe to further their education, and we want to see how to partner with the local universities and international universities so that most of these athletes are given an opportunity, especially on the side of education.
Thank you so much. Perhaps it's something else you'd like to add, maybe a message to the athletes?
A message to the athletes is that they have to play clean and make sure that everything they are doing, because remember, when we are here, all the other bodies, ADAC, you know, everybody is here to make sure that the winning is clean, the way you are doing it is clean, and make sure that don't cheat in terms of age, don't use anything that is prohibited by the list that has been given to the athletes. So if you do it right, you will also get it right. So for us, when we are here as Athletics Kenya, we want to make sure that everything is done according to the rules. And number two is that I want to urge our spectators to turn out in large numbers, especially tomorrow, that we'll be having most of our finals tomorrow, because the athletes who have come here are the big names that we've been seeing them running maybe in the different competition across the club, and we want to ask everybody that let's come to Nakuru. This is where the action is, and tomorrow is when we are going to have more of this action.
Thank you so much. That was Abraham Mutai talking about the disbursement of fund. Now that there is a bigger process of where the athlete has to be cleared first by the doping agency, and also for if there is a discrepancy in age, they be declared for age cheating. He said the funds are already there and they have already started disbursing, and he's urging the athletes to also be patient. He's also given us the scoop of how they are still continuing the journey to Tokyo, and also urging the fans to come out in Nakuru. Remember, the weather is quite warm here and it's sunny, a perfect condition for the athletes to compete for the sprints. Remember, this competition will also be part of the determinant of the athletes who will be invited for Ulinzi Complex to do the trials for the world release. Over to you, Victor and Mulemi.
Appreciate them. In second position, Ezekiel Letaya.
Thank you, Charity. As Amazon Kirev just about wins the 1,500 meters, hit number 9. So many hits in this 1,500 meters. But as we've been saying, it's all about the rankings. Who will finish top according to the timings here. And we saw Vincent Kibet win hit number 8 with ease. And right now, we've witnessed yet another name coming on into that list. That is Amazon Kirev, winning hit number 9 of the 1,500 meters. And it's all happening here. Plenty of it still coming up, as we say, 234 entrants in this 1,500 meters. So, so much coming up, including other races. I think after the 1,500 meters, which has, I think, the most entries, will have, of course, ongoing is the discus, throwmen, and of course the long jump I've seen from the other side. The triple jump, is ongoing. The 400 meters women hits will be coming up later on, followed by the men's 400 meters hits. Today, plenty of events, 10,000 walk women, and of course the 1,500 meters women, which also has a huge number of entrants, 91 in total. The steeplechase women will also be coming up before ushering in the 800 meters women race and the men's race. Of course, so many athletes will be running in this day one. There is the 200 meters, there is the
We all don't like having to wait in long queues or for a long time just to get the service that you want, right? Hey, look. These two frames have the exact same prescription, only that one is a thinned down version that I was able to get from Jeff's Optical House in 24 hours. This is a service that is exclusively available at Jeff's, and previously I would have had to wait for up to 2 weeks just to get a thinner version of my high prescription. And when I say high, I mean high prescription lenses. This is your sign to visit Jeff's Optical House. So
stop wasting your time. Stop wasting a good time.
Because that is where you go wrong.
total. John Wainaina, Isaac Rono, Walter Champs, Marison Kipkoech, Emmanuel Soy, Kipkurui. Just some of the names that we'll be looking forward to in this one. So if you're joining us, it is the 10th hit of the 1,500 meters. And of course, the crowd here on their feet. One athlete dropping out. I think he must have been tripped by the others. And of course, we are still looking for the man who will run 3 minutes 33 seconds to qualify for the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, Japan. Of course, we've seen Vincent Keter do a 3:37 in Dusseldorf in Germany. That was 4 days ago, and right now we are just about to see who will be emerging victorious in heat number 10 of the 1,500 meters. A total of 234 athletes are participating in this event, the 1,500 meters. So it is a very, very, very clogged field. There's too many athletes, of course, the prize being won. We'll also have a couple of medal ceremonies later on in the day. We'll be giving you the lineup as they come, and of course, I've now gotten hold of the start list in this heat number 10, which has Kennedy Cheruiyot, it has Johnson Tenges, Ronald Kiprop, Kipsongol, Alex, another good name that's coming through here. In 389, we have Cosmas Mutai, Ian Kanandi, Aman Malik, Robert Korir, Enoch Kipkorir, Patrick Koech, Nixon Kipkoech, Joseph Thuo, Aden Koech, Cosmas Ruto, John Kitilit, Kipngetich, Moses Langat, Emmanuel Cheboy, Joseph Kiprotich, Ronaldo Onyait, Emmanuel Lemiso, and of course Alfred Kipketer.
Well, Greg, a total of 235 athletes who registered for this particular race, 1,500 meters. And indeed, we're looking at the Athletics Kenya affiliates, and also we have NYS. We also have the universities. Remember, these are new entrants, and this equally shows the pool of talent that this country has. The pool of talent this country has. And then also, well, we remember that the universities during the first meet, we have Aman Malik. And I remember also in Thika, I don't know how to say this in a very professional way, we had athletes from regions that are not very well known for certain races, like middle distance races. I remember there was a gentleman that had come all the way from Isiolo, and having a chat with him, he told me that his physique is the same as Mo Farah. So he looks up to Mo Farah, who's done 5K, he's done 10,000 meters at the World Championships, at the Olympics, winning gold, transitioning into road races and also into marathon. I don't know, Greg, I mean, looking at the number of athletes and also the entrance of NYS, whom we've not seen them over the years coming in, and we know they're young guys, that's why it's called the National Youth Service, and also the universities. Going forward, does it mean that for the big guys, these people are gonna bring in competition? Abdi Malik is coming in, finishing as a last. That's very encouraging of him.
Abdul Malik, of course, an athlete, I think he's from Pakistan, if I'm not wrong, coming through to see if he can try out with the Kenyans. Of course, they expect to be faster than him, but of course, these are very good preparations for him because the Asian Games will be held, of course, a couple of Diamond League events, of course, the weekend meets and other races. Last year, we had an athlete from Denmark trying out in the sprints, in the 100 meters, and he really performed well, and I'm sure he'll be aiming to do that again this year. But then you've talked about the other discipline services, the National Youth Service, the Kenya Forest Service, the universities, private clubs coming in, and of course on your screens is heat number 12 of the 1,500 meters. A couple of years ago, NYS, Kenya Forest Service, of course, KWS, didn't really have enough representation in this weekend meets, but they've been given that platform whereby right now they can actually compete with the big boys, the Kenya Defense Forces, the Kenya Police Service, National Prison Service, and of course all these more seasonal clubs, and of course representations from these disciplined forces. But then the entry of the likes of National Youth Service, we've seen them performing really well in the cross-country series. Right now in the track and field, they're doing really, really well, and this shows you that they are no pushovers anymore. They're bridging the gap between them and the likes of the Kenya Defense Forces, and it's something that will go all the way to helping them at least achieve something huge, and of course open up opportunities for those who are working within the forces as they navigate through the second lap of this 1,500 meters. It is heat number 12. A couple of more hits lined up later on after this one, but it is heat number 12 of this race that is now underway. .265 in the lead right now as they finish the second lap of this 1,500 meters.
I like the support that is coming through here. The people who are passing by the announcing booth. Perhaps this is also another attraction. We have seasoned journalist Suleiman Batia, who's just passed by and said hello, as well as Francis Moreidi with the Daily Nation. He's based here in Nakuru. He's done sports over the years. He's actually among the oldest, I'd say, or rather the seasoned experienced journalists in this particular region, to name but a few. And on your screen we have Emmanuel Lemiso, who's leading the 11th hit of the 1,500 meters men. Alfred Kipketer has won the 1,500 meters. I remember also covering Alfred when he was doing the 800 meters, and perhaps he's also doubling as well, as we've seen Keter doing it, just to test on his endurance. You can even tell from his kit that he he indeed does 800. He's also a seasoned athlete, having come through the junior ranks, gone to the World Junior, Africa, the continental stage as well. I'm also eager to see the time that he has registered here at the Afraha Stadium. Also, Greg, the proximity, the geographical location of Nakuru perhaps being at the middle of this country will also be a determinant and a factor as to why so many athletes have come here, because from here to Eldoret you're talking about not more than 200 kilometers, as well as Nairobi as well. Looking at this other part of the country, people coming from all the way from Nanyuki, Nyahururu, which is also a high altitude area and has a bulk of athletes training there. From here to Nyahururu is barely 1 hour. It's a 1 hour's drive, depending on how you're driving. So that also explains why there are soaring numbers here. There are a lot of training camps here in the South Rift. That is in Kuresoi here. That is a constituency that just from Nakuru West. We have that is Molo constituency. I think from there we have Kuresoi constituency. So we have the Kuresoi North and South, and there we have a couple of training camps. And indeed, we've seen notable names train in those places. So on your screens, those are very beautiful images from the camera team from Athletics Kenya. A lot of professionalism. You can see Coach Leting as the 400 meters women get ready to start their race. And indeed, Greg, it is quite exciting seeing some of the athletes here who have now graduated into management. Now you've seen Alfred Kirwayego. I think I've seen Mary. Is that Mary Keitani? I'm not so sure, but I'll confirm later. And other notable names, because now the seasoned coaches' age is catching up, and probably they would be retiring, as much as there's no specific retirement age for the for the coaches, because it's an issue of expertise that matters. We have the fatigue team putting the blocks and also the numbers, the track numbers, the lane numbers, to ensure that each athlete knows where they are going to be when the race starts.
In the next 3 minutes, we'll be having the first heat of the 400 meters women's race. Remember, we're also trying to see if we can get athletes qualify for the World Athletics Championships. For the ladies, 50.75 with the entry standard time for any athlete who wants to fill the 48 quarters in the World Athletics Championships. So 50.75, and for the men, 44.85. 400 meters, of course, they say is a very, very tactical race.
Having purported or having had a stint at a younger age as a sprinter, I'll tell you, 400 meters is one of the draining races. And by the time you've done halfway the race, or you're towards the 200 meter mark, that is when lactic kicks in. It is one of the races that once you finish, you wouldn't even want the finish line to be extended even by 30 centimeters. And if I'm wrong, you're going to watch all these athletes, once they cross the finish line, they'll halt. They'll just immediately stop past the finish line. You don't compare it to 200 meters where you'll see the sprinters at least dash for a couple of meters. So this is a very intense one. And as you were talking when we were earlier in the 1500 meters where you saw the gnashing of teeth, this is where you'll see the real gnashing of teeth. And at some point you'll even see athletes change their faces. They turn from gloomy to smiling to moody to showing empathy to showing the urge, the agility, the zeal. So it is not an easy race as one may think, because one may argue that it is just one lap, but no, it is quite a tough one. I'd remember notable names in the country as Francisca Koki, who even went ahead to represent the country at in Morocco at the World All Africa Games. And I think she still has the best time over the distance. So as you wait for the race to start, having the athletes getting prepared, so let's wait and see how they'll fare in this heat number 1 of the 400 meters women. And in lane number 2, we do not have a participant. Lane number 1, lane number 2, we have Angelina Cheng, Okech Mercy in lane number 3, Bright Munyao in lane number 4. Lane number 5, we have Sarah Bosibori, Pauline Tiwais in lane number 6. Lane number 7, we have Chepchirchir Sheila and Edina Mora in lane number 8.
Good job there by our flow manager D. She's sending those start lists in time and makes it easy for us here in the booth to try out. So we are almost underway in the 400 meters women heat number 1. As you heard, Angelina Achieng in lane number 2, Okech Mercy in lane number 3, Bright Munyao in lane number 4, Sarah Bosibori in lane number 5, Pauline TY in lane number 6, Chepchirchir Sheila in lane number 7, and Edina Mora in lane number 8. So Mercy and Angeline exchanging notes quite a little bit. You know, there were incidences where athletes ran without taking the blocks, whereby they used the old school type of running where they could just bend and then take off. I witnessed that in Mumias. I don't know if it happened in Thika, but in Mumias that was the case, whereby the blocks were not necessarily needed. But today they have the luxury of getting off the blocks and trying out to see if they break into the podium finishers. Remember, the podium finishers have prizes ranging from 50,000 to 20,000 depending on the races. But right now it's time for the 400 meters heat number 1. Angeline Achieng, Okech Mercy, Bright Munyao, Sarah Bosibori, Pauline Tiwaye, Chepchirchir Sheila, and Edina Mora. Off they go smoothly, no hiccups, no nothing. It is all about the prize, and it is the first heat of the 400 meters. Watch out for Sarah Bosibori in lane number 5. Oh, she comes really, really smoothly. Edna Mora also trying out from the outside, but then that is Okech Mercy in lane number 3. It is really hard to tell who is in the lead right now. We'll be waiting in a bit, but then it is Bright Munyao also coming in lane number 4, but then it is Sheila Chepchirchir, but then it is Okech Mercy who is spreading her dominance in this race. She's being closely followed by Sarah Bosibori, but then it is Okech Mercy who will be jogging away to win this first heat of the 400 meters. She's getting stiff competition from Sarah Bosibori, but then it is Okech Mercy. As you say, they'll jog through the last few meters because the lactic acid just took toll on them.
Well, you can see once they finish, that is where they stop. And I just must see Okech Adongo from the Kenya Defense Forces team, which is an affiliate of Athletics Kenya, has already posted a sub 54 over the distance. And indeed, she's one of the seasoned athletes. And we also have Sarah Bosibori, who did 55.3. That is was during the Thika meet. And for qualifying for the women, they need 50.75. So they indeed have a long way to go, a lot of preparation. And we have Antonio Watson, who's the current champion of the distance. Also, in this season, we have Vanis Kerubo Nyagisera from police, who also managed to post a 54.6 over the distance. So far, I'd say these are the fastest times for the ladies over the one lap race, 54.3, 54.6 seconds, and 54.8 However, there is still time, considering and other considerations as well as climatic conditions, including the wind. Those are also determinants when it comes to sports and athletics. Now we are going to heat number 2, where we have 7 athletes. That is Sylvia Chesebe, Yusta Maina in lane 2, Shera Korir in lane number 4, Nancy Mwangi in lane number 5, Rehab Ndirangu in lane number 6, also another seasoned athlete, and Margaret Tajeu in lane number 7. So it will not be full house as lane number 1. There is no participant taking part. I can see Grace Kidake getting ready for hit number 3. There's also another seasoned athlete over the distance. I also have Damaklin Bonareri who will coming in. So on your screens we have hit number 2 about to begin. And off they go, negotiating the first corner. You can see in lane number 6, Rehab Dirango already dashing forward, already overtaking. Well, onto the 200 meter mark, we have Shera Chepkorir trying hard. Rahab Ndirango is coming in from the inner lane. So the duel now is between Rahab Ndirango and Sylvia Chesebe. But seems Rahab Ndirango is gonna win this race. It's a very slight margin. And indeed it is her who has won the race. Remember, she has been consistent over the distance throughout all the 4 meets. And indeed this is an athlete to watch also. So going in now, we have hit number 3, where we have Lanolai Naoko, Sheila Mahungu, Winnie Makori in lane 3, Paris Chege lane 4, Grace Kidake lane 5, Miriam Chelagat lane 6, and Damaklin Bonareri in lane number 8. Also in lane number 1, there will be no athlete taking part in that lane. And remember, Grace Kidake already qualified for the Masters, and she will be going to race in the Masters. Actually, Greg, we had the Masters last week, and Grace is back, so fresh from United States of America. Do you think jet lag will be a factor, in quotes?
Looking at the age, it might play a factor, to be honest. But then I always say it's all about preparations. We've seen the likes of Vincent Keter, who's just raced inside 72 hours and posted some quality time here in Nakuru.
Plus you can add the traveling time and the layovers and the changeovers of flights.
And of course the recovery. So many factors come into play. But these are professional athletes, not just like you and me who will run maybe, let's say, 10 kilometers for 2 hours, then post on social media. You know, those kind of things. Can see Mr. Ronaldo passing by. He finished last in his group in the 1,500 meters, but he gave a good account of himself. But you talked about the Masters. I think our athletes did really well. You talked about Grace Kidake, very experienced, of course, and she aims to carry this on and on and on and on. It is the third heat of the the 400 meters, sorry, where we have Lanolin Aoko in lane number 2, Sheila Mahungu in lane number 3, Winnie Makori. I wonder why athletes are not using lane number 1 anyway. We'll have to find out why. Maybe they're avoiding that, but we are ready for start in the third heat, and off they go. Grace Kidake, of course, very experienced, hitting the front in these early stages as they take that bend. It is the third heat of the 400 meters. Winnie Makori, Paris Chege, Grace Kidake, Miriam Chalangat, Dek Macklin Bonareri now taking the lead for the first time. Look at Bonareri, she looks really confident. Lanolin Aoko from the outside, but then it is Bonareri and Kidake in a 1 and 2 as they hit the 150 onto the last bend heading into the home stretch. It is the Macklin Bonareri still reigning supreme in that, and as she cuts through to come and take the home stretch now into the 100, but then Winnie Makori also decides to take matters into her own hands. She's coming through very nicely. Sheila Makungu also trying so hard, but then it is Sheila Makungu. Wow. She came from nowhere, and she'll be winning this heat number 3 of the 400 meters, way ahead of the rest. Grace Kidake will come in 4th. Say the race was energy sapping, and of course we witnessed that. And we are on to heat number 4. We are on to heat number 4 of the 400 meters. Still no one in heat number, in lane number 1. We are ready for the 4th heat of the 400 meters. And missing from what I can see is lane number 2 and lane number 1. So Mercy Chebet missing. I don't know. I'll be confirming that in a bit, or she might be the one helping these other athletes fix their blocks. So she's running in lane number 2. Gladys Mudoni in the blue bib. Yes, that's Mercy Chebet in the Kenyan bib. She'll be running in lane number 2. Of course, the Golden Girl will be aiming to create history of our own, write history of our own. Jacqueline Kimathi will be running in lane number 4. Daisy Chepngetich, Gladys Mumbe, another very experienced 400-meter runner. Judy Kemunti and Gladys Chepchumba. So, Mercy Chebet, what can she do in this 400 meters? It's heat number 3, and we are live from the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. And nicely. They get off the blocks. Mercy Chebet, of course, the favorite to win this one. But then watch out for Gladys Mumbe in lane number 6. Another brilliant athlete who has shown over the years that she's capable of making sure that everything happens according to what she wishes. But then Mercy Chebet from the outside in lane number 2, struggling quite a little bit. And then it is all about Daisy Chepngetich and Gladys Mumbe, who are now scanning through the 150 coming into the home stretch. But then Mercy Chebet, she struggled a little bit, but now she's coming in, streaming from the inside in lane number 2. Mercy Chebet now scanning through. Gladys Mumbe trying to respond, but then it is Mercy Chebet being cheered upon as she heads through. She will be winning this third heat of the 400 meters, and there she is, reigning supreme. She helped them fix the blocks, and now she wins heat number 3.
Next will be hit number 5, where we have Yvonne Otunga, Ann Kandie, Purity Jepkoech, Naomi Korir, Maureen Wafula, Winnie Awino, and Valentine Mukai. Also, in this particular race, there will be no athlete using lane number 1. And as Greg mentioned, I think it's a subject of concern, and we need to know why lane number 1 is not being used today. Yvonne Otunga Alivitsa, who will be running in lane number 2. Will be running in lane number 2 is from the university category. Remember, this is an open event, and she will be trying out her best. So I want to hand over to my colleague Charity. There goes the race. This is the 5th of the women's 400 meters. And to hand over to my Charity colleague, who will be having an interview with seasoned sprinter Abraham Mutai. Sorry. Correction there, that is Maka Mutai.
Victor, we've been having so many hits for the sprints. What's your take? And now we have here Mark, but of course start with Mark. Mark, you've also brought a gold for Kenya in the sprints event, a rare event for the Commonwealth. Sai tunaelekea pia World Relay Championships. Una expectations yako for the team that will be sent? Ungependa ikuwe na nini?
Nafikiri kulingana na vile sprinters wameanza msimu mzuri, kutakuwa na timu mzuri sana ya kuelekea World Relays. Ukiona leo hapa Nakuru kuna so many hits ya 100 meters, so many hits ya 200 meters, so many hits ya 400 meters. There is a lot of hope. Na ukiona timings kwa qualifying rounds kama ladies in 400 meters wamekimbia around 52, 53. It's a very promising times towards the selection ya team ya kwenda World Relays.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'll be leaving you now in the hands of Victor Ogale. Mwendelea kuangalia now as we continue with the 100 meters, with the 400 meters for the ladies.
Mark, coaches, labda tu tuambie, I don't know, as a sprinter, saa zile mtu anakuja sana sana, nini wewe inakimbia kwa mind ya mtu kabla race ianze?
Unajua wakati una prepare for the race, you always go to the race with the expectations. So many times what runs in your mind before the race is how you will execute the event. Unafikiria ni nani competitors wako strong, muko na wako position gani? Ukianza unataka uanze kwa njia gani? Mipangilio ile umefanya towards execution ya hiyo race ndio huwa ina run in the head. Na especially kama your fellow competitors wako very strong, is now ni ku strategize which best way will you use so that you can win the event.
So many athletes wamejitokeza in this particular AK meet Nakuru. Sijui, I don't know, is the tartan track also a factor? Because probably kuna wale ambao since the nini started, the AK meet started, they haven't had a chance perhaps to use such a track.
I think Nakuru is a central place. Yeah, all the athletes, those who are coming either from Nairobi, Nyeri, and also those who are coming from the western part of the country like Kisumu, Western, Eldoret. So it's not a surprise that we have so many athletes today in this Nakuru championship because it's central. Anybody can access Nakuru from all corners of Kenya. So I think that is one of the reasons. And two, the good track, the tartan track in Nakuru is also attracting so many elite athletes, especially those who are fearing to run in the Maram soil. But today we have a tartan track at a central place. And historically, Nakuru has been a very fast track and people are looking for qualifying times.
Considering you have the build-up for the sprints in a few days to come from now, should we expect a lot of competition from the sprints, unlike the other distances?
Very true. We will expect a lot of competitions. I think now the sprinters are motivated by their other colleagues who are doing well, like the likes of Omanyala, the likes of Ekwam in 400 meters, and Kevin Kiprotich. I think now there is a lot of motivation, and that is the reason as to why you can see so many sprinters turning up for the event. Because today I was seeing the registration for the 400 meters, or for the 100 meters, it was close to 300 athletes, which is also a sign that there is a lot of hope and motivation towards that event.
Well, there goes the sixth heat of the women's 400 meters, and we have Millicent Ndoro there winning the race. And indeed, coach, there's a lot that I've said about 400 and lactic, and you can just see from your screens and where the broadcasting booth here, you can just see how the athletes are breathing and panting. Is there any other better way for 400 meters?
I think one of the toughest sprints is the 400 meters. Because if you have not done a good preparation and balance your energy all the way from the start to the finish, you might find yourself running very fast in the first 300 meters, and towards the end, you will find yourself being overtaken by almost everyone. So 400 meters is a very tricky event. You have to run with a lot of the techniques and distribute your energy very well, that you will be able to finish the last part of the 400 meters with power and energy. Otherwise, you will be the leading from the start to the 300 meters. Then from there, you are overtaken by almost everyone.
I was looking also at the start list, and we have entrants such as the NYS, who I think we saw them in Thika, and then again I think they fizzled out. Then they've come back again. Reasons better known to them. And also we have the universities category, which also means this is an open event and also which encourages other new entrants to come. So going forward, considering also the age bracket of the people who are in NYS, does it mean that going forward we are going to have a very big pool of talent here in this country, and also it is also going to bring more competition going forward?
Yes, when you now see the coming in of the NYS, the young boys and girls or the young athletes from the NYS, I think now the NYS are getting it right that there is a lot of investment and technical coaching within their team. If going forward that will be the thing to go by, then it will be a very big powerhouse, especially in the short and middle distance running. NYS is coming out very strong, and it seems they have a certain secret that maybe we are yet now to establish what really is it that they are doing, that most of their athletes are coming out strong and very young.
I was also looking at another possibility that once they graduate, because not all of them are going to be absorbed into the National Youth Service. There are those that have an upper hand in joining other forces like the Defense Forces, Kenya Prisons, and other uniformed forces. Does it also mean that also those disciplined forces will also have another bigger pool of talented athletes?
Of course, I think NYS is a ground for preparation for these young athletes to join the other forces like the Kenya Defense Forces or prisons or Kenya Police, amongst the others. And I believe if that is to go by, in the near future, we will have very strong teams now competing at the national level, because those nurtured young talents will now cross over to other formations and they will form a very strong team. No, we are looking forward now to see what will happen next in the upcoming events.
Well, now we have the first heat of the men's 400 meters, and they are getting ready on their blocks, and off they go. There is a false start, so we just need to know if it's a false start or a false start. But it looks like a false start because the gun sounded twice. And in heat number 1, we have Joseph Sanare in lane number 2, Emmanuel Mutua lane number 3, Kevin Bera lane number 4, David Cheburet lane number 5, Alan Kipiego lane number 6, Lodio Samuel lane number 7, and Rob Alfred in lane number 8. There goes the first hit of the race. Alan Kipiego, a seasoned athlete over the distance, has already taken the lead onto the 200-meter mark, and you can see him dashing, having opened a very big gap, close to 20 meters. Coming to the 200-meter mark, 100-meter mark, and now the final finish. But there seemed to be a margin competition there from the corner from Kevin Bera as well as David Cheburet. But he has easily won it. So it didn't seem very hard for him. Seemed to have trained for it, and in his categorical style, leading from the front all through to the finish. That is Alan Kipiego. As we await the men's second hit, we have Collins Kimutai in lane 2, William Ryan in lane 3, Peace Wayaki lane 4, Emmanuel Juma lane 5, Nathaniel Kip Ngetich in lane 5, lane 6, Eric Kimathi in lane 7, and Joyfrey Korir in lane number 8. Well, just to mention our sponsors, Betika, who have indeed been with Athletics Kenya all throughout the season, from the first leg to this fourth leg here at Furaha Stadium. And also indeed partners like the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, that is ADAC, who ensure that athletes run clean and they win right. And from where I am, I can see them continuing with their sensitization activities, approaching athletes as they come in. Others are voluntarily going there. They are at the beginning of a second heat of the 400 meters race. There seems to be a problem there. Too much tension. Too much tension there. Coach, the false start. I mean, is it too much tension in an athlete, or is it? I remember also at some point I tried to sprint, but I had to pursue other things. And I remember we could, of course, there was no gun, but it was that on to your marks, get set, go. But if I know Mutai in lane 4 is stronger than me, I'll stand up before the gun, so that by the time you're going down again, you've been given last warning. So knowing you won't stand up as the first. I mean, so my point is, do athletes use this also as an intimidation tactic?
False start many times comes from very many different ways. Some maybe they are not used to the use of the starting blocks, and also it can be a technique that to disrupt the concentration of very good athletes. So when you know someone is so strong and you seem to disrupt him, you can just fake a reason, stand up, and from that alone, you will be able to prepare yourself well and come up. But a false start can come as a result of so many other things.
Well, there was William Ryan coming in second position in the second heat of the men's. Nathaniel Kip Ngetich coming in number 1 in bib number 047, running for the police team. His physique and his height reminds me of the late Bet, who I can say did I can see, coach, you're looking, I don't know, is it your athletes? You seem to be happy and smiling.
It's one of the athletes I've been trying to mentor, the Ryan. He has been away for some time, and I can see him now coming back strong. And that's the reason I was checking whether he really get exhausted so much, or he's just still composed, ready for the semi-finals.
Well, heat number 3 is getting ready to start the race. And as you wait to get the start list, we have Hilary Kiplagat in lane number 2, Elias Serbai lane number 3, Gabriel Kamakia lane number 4, Victor Wino lane number 5, Silas Serem lane number 6, and Moitalel Mpoke in lane number 7, and Kelvin Kiprotich in lane number 8. Coach, the making it of the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala, is it an advantage to us, considering the numbers that have so far come after the Omanyala fever?
Yes, I think the influence of Omanyala in the sprints has been so huge that after the very good performance of Omanyala, there has been so many young sprinters who are now eager to participate in the sprints. And I think it's a positive influence towards building up of the sprints. You see, before Omanyala, no one was speaking about Kenya in sprints, especially in 100 meters or 200 meters. But the revolution that Omanyala brought into the short sprints is so huge that we believe more and more athletes will now be joining the race, the 100 meters race and 200.
We have Hilary Kiplagat getting a green card. That is a warning for getting off the blocks before the other athletes, and now they're going down. Perhaps he has a lap and off they go. Seemed to be a fast race, coach, compared to the other fast heat.
I can see the lineup is so good that I can see the Kiprotich is coming in. The Kevin Kiprotich, who is I believe is the current fastest 400 meters runner, and if he will be executing the event well, it will be among the fastest hit so far. So we are waiting to see at the finish line how it will all go.
And indeed, he's already taken a sprint finish. He's already leading in, as you just predicted, coach, and seems to be very strong. So Kevin Kiprotich is the winner of this heat, the third heat of the men's 400 meter race. You can see an ambulance pulling over. Seems to be an athlete who's injured. And I think it's beyond first aid, and an ambulance has come to pick them up. Mutai, now, if you compare now and your days when you are sprinting, is there any change? I mean, is the passion, has it changed? Or rather, what has changed from your view now that you are a coach?
Actually, I can say there are so many changes that has come into place now that there has been a lot of doping cases in Kenya. So there is a lot of procedures that needs to be followed before you are allowed to compete. But basically, in terms of preparation and running, I think the science still remains the same. It's only that you have to comply with so many regulations currently for you to be allowed to compete at any AK sanctioned event or even at a world level. You have to undergo some tests and show up your whereabouts so that anytime you are needed for a test, they can find you.
And when talk about doping cases, and I wouldn't want us to mention names for reasons known to me and you, but is it that we are doing lots of tests here in Kenya? That's why there are those cases that have come up, unlike other countries? Or why? What did you explain about that? Because we do a month or two. You see, AIU has released an alert. A month or two, there goes the fourth heat of the 400 meters men. Seems to be a slow heat with new entrants. Not so many seasoned athletes in this one. Going by the start list. We have Stanley Ndongo, Milkin Lepas, Daniel Soy, Alphas Kisho, Yan Wilson, Lentunye, Victor Rotich, and Edwin Kipngetich. Coach, is it that we are doing lots of testing?
I think part of the reason is one, Kenya, I think is one of the biggest sports house in the world. That we have so many athletes. We have so many athletes, and now that Kenya is among the most tested countries, we can get some percentage from the number of athletes that are being tested, as compared to any other country like our neighbor countries, whereby you can count the number of athletes in the country. But Kenya alone, in single event, you can have as much as 500, 400 athletes in a single event. So if you test almost the percentage of tests in ratio to the athletes, you will find that some few cases will be found positive for the use of prohibited substance, and therefore you will find very many names of Kenyan athletes being mentioned for use of prohibited substances.
Well, the fourth heat we had Wilson Lentunye coming in position number 1 with Alphonse Kishoyan. Finishing second, Kishoyan has been making a comeback slowly after serving a ban. And every time I see Kishoyan, I remember when he ran under protest and he had to qualify alone. And I remember many people who might not understand the technicalities and dynamics of athletics were wondering, tukani anakimbia peke yake. And I remember where we were watching, and there were so many people. Everyone kept wondering, why is this person racing against himself, coach? So I don't know, would you want to talk about his comeback and probably if he continues, if he can probably make it for the world release?
Yes, Kishan has been a very good athlete in 400 meters, and he's among the few Kenyan athletes who have done sub 45. And his comeback will now reinforce the Kenyan team, especially in the 400 meters. Now that we have some few other athletes who are capable of running under 45, if all of them now are to team up and come up with a team, we will have a very strong team. Kishan has been a very good athlete, and I think if he will come back with the same strength and the winning spirit that he has been having, I think the 400 meters will be very competitive, and we will have so many qualifying for the big events around the world.
Well, running a sub 45, I know is no mean feat. It is not an easy task as one would think, and we are looking at 44.85 for the men and 50.75 seconds for the women. So already if he has a sub 45, or rather he's previously done a sub 45, just a little bit of sprucing up and polishing here and there, and he'll be back on track. And remember also, coming back, it's somehow psychological, because there are athletes that you were not there when you're racing, and they've now qualified and they're racing against you. There are those that you used to beat because now probably you're not training as much. Now you're making a comeback. And they're now racing against you. And just to look, picking one of the second leg of the AK Betika meet for the men's race. There we have the fifth heat taking on. We had Alan Kipyego, who he won, I think, in the second or first heat. He did 46.2. And we had Rastas Mbaluka Musilu 46.7. Like looking at the times, and we had George Mutinda Mutuku doing a 47.2. There on your screens, we have the fifth heat of the 400 meters men's heat. And we have Kakaya Sinoti, Cosmas Kiplagat. And on the lead, we have and the race has just ended, and seems to be a slide of a confusion. But we have Kakaya Kinoti at some point leading, but he lost his lead. And the burnout is real, coach. The burnout is real.
I think the 400 meters event is now taking a very different shape, because for you to qualify to compete at the World Championships, you need to do a 44.85. That will mean very many athletes, considering that last season the only athlete who did a sub 45 was Ekwam, Sablon Ekwam, who did 44.69. But for the rest of the athletes, majority of them have not done any 44 for now. So for them to qualify to the World Championship, they must run their personal best, meaning it's a tall order. Unlike our time, when the qualification was a little bit lower at around 45.5, this time round the qualification is so high, and very many athletes will find it difficult to qualify unless and until they run now their personal best. Because if you've never run any 44 and the qualifying mark is 44.85, you have to do your personal best, which is a lot of, you have to train extraordinary or differently from the way you used to do.
Watching Ekwam clocking 44.69, it was not easy, because I remember just after taking off, he decided to sprint, and he went, maintained his pace, maintained his speed, even his body posture, he maintained it up to the end. So for those that have not clocked that, it will, as you said, it will mean a lot of work. And soon we'll be having the men's 400 meters. That is heat number 6. You have in lane 2 Brian Kipkurui, Samuel Tingisha, Bravin Rerimoy, Isaiah Sayalel, David Sanayek in lane number 6, Duncan Garo lane number 7, and Evans Kipleting in lane number 8.
heat number 6. David Sayanek winning heat number 6. See the confident man who wants to make it to Team Kenya for the World Relays in Xiamen, China later on this month. He wins heat number 6, claiming victory there. Still coming up, heat number 7, Samson Leshan, Ben Obut, Mark Kiprop, Jonas Kipkemboi, Duncan Kipngeno, Moses Torosi, and Ochokut Samuel. There is also heat number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 coming up. So this is the 400 meters. And David Sanayek winning heat number 6. The man from the Kenya Defense Forces who also wants to represent the country at the World Relays later this month in Xiamen, China. So we're down to heat number 7. So we are back in action with lane number 7, heat number 7, sorry. Samson Leshao in lane number 2. Ben Obut in lane number 3. Mark Kiprop in lane number 4. Jonas Kemboi in lane number 5. Duncan Kipngeno in lane number 6. Moses Torosi in lane number 7. And Ochukut Samuel in lane number 8. So the 7th heat of the 400 meters. So we are ready for start. And off you go. It is heat number 7 of the 400 meters. Watch out for this young man in lane number 5, David Duncan Kipngeno, as he steams through, easing toward the 150. Duncan Kipngeno, Ochukut Samuel, and Moses Torosi. It is Kipngeno still in the lead, grimacing a little bit. Also watch out for Ben Obut, but then it is Torosi and Kipngeno, but Torosi just about edges out Kipngeno in the last few meters to claim victory in this 400 meters heat number 7. It was a really tight race between Kipngeno and Torosi, and Torosi just about used his experience to win this one. So 7 hits done, a couple of more to go. Now we're down to heat number 8. As you can see on your screens, that man, Danson Kibet, very focused, heading to the starting point. So if you're joining us, It is a few minutes to 1 o'clock, 6 minutes to be precise, to 1 o'clock East African time. We are live from Nakuru, and this is the 400 meters men, and we are doing the 8th heat that has Rogers Ouma in lane number 2, Anthony Owino in lane number 3, Nicholas Kola in lane number 4, Danson Kibet in lane number 5, Justice Kipkoech in lane number 6, Evans Boriga in lane number 7, and Hilary Kiplangat in lane number 8. So we are ready for start in the 8th heat of the 400 meters. Already done 7 hits with Zayanek winning heat number 7. But we'll also have hits. 5 more hits to go after this one. Hit number 9 will have the likes of Kelvin Kipkirui, who starred in Mumias during the first Athletics Kenya Betika weekend series. But right now it's all about hit number 8. Rogers, Anthony, Nicholas, Danson, Justice, Evans, and Hilary. And the crowd at the Afra Stadium just waiting to see every piece of action here. So hit number 8. And there you go, hit number 8 of the 400 meters. Nicholas Kola in lane number 4. Assuming the lead for the first time, and he seems to be enjoying that very lead. Danson Kibet in the red bib. From the outside, Hilary Kiplangat. Now the field is stretching a little bit. Nicholas Kola in the blue bib, neck to neck with Danson Kibet. It is Danson Kibet and versus Nicholas Kola. Who has it? Who has what it takes to see this through? I think it will be Danson Kibet. Oh, Evans Boriga out of nowhere. Very interesting. Evans Boriga, who was way back, took advantage of Danson and Nicholas' lackluster performance in the last few meters of this one to win this one. So he just came from nowhere to win the 400 meters hit number 8. It's not the first time we're witnessing this, because in the 100 meters we also witnessed a couple of surprises from athletes who nobody really expected them to win. And of course, Mr. Boriga just came from nowhere to win hit number 8. And can assure you more surprises will be coming in as we head to the next hit, because hit number 9 is just about to begin. Of course, as usual, we begin with the hit number 2. But Evans Boriga will be confirming the timings, winner of hit number 8. And now to this one, where we have Sosten Kipkoech in lane number 2. Okay, in lane number 5, as you can see on your screens, that is Jared Momanya, very experienced athlete there representing the Kenya Defense Forces. Jared Boriga, Jared Momanyi, Erastus Mbaluka will be running in lane number 4. Edward Ngunjiri in lane number 3. That man there, Jared Momanyi, the favorite to win this one. In lane number 7, Vincent Kipkoech and Kelvin Kipkirui in lane number 8. And of course, I'm joined by Coach Dam you've witnessed the heat number 8 of the 400 meters. From nowhere, this man, Evans Boriga, won this race tactically. Is it the best thing to do because he just won it, like, let's say, a couple of meters as the likes of Jared were just navigating through and assuming that we had this lead?
I think that is the coming up of new talents and new sprinters into the trade, because nobody would have expected a new person to just come strong and win, beating the renowned athletes on the track. And surprisingly, very many other new names are now coming up from the sprinters, and I think that's a very good and very promising way to go.
Of course, we'll be telling us in a bit the importance of having this huge number. Of course, next week at Nyayo National Stadium, we'll be having the sprint races and, of course, trials for the world relays that will be happening in China at the end of the month. But right now, the focus shifts to heat number 9 of the 400 meters. In a bit, we'll be getting more from coach. And, of course, we are looking at this one. And off they go very smoothly. Watch out for this man, Jared Momanyi of Kenya Defence Forces. This is a very experienced 400-meter runner. And you can see from the onset in lane number 5, he knows exactly how to navigate through this track. The tartan track is new. The tartan track is blue. The tartan track is fresh. And, of course, it is fast. It's here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Jared Momanyi currently leading. Gabriel Lamoy, Kelvin Kipkorir in lane number 8. Also another big name that we'll be looking forward to see if they can create a surprise here as they head to the 150. It is still Jared Momanyi in the lead. Kelvin struggling a little bit, but then it is this man, Jared Momanyi, as we said, winning this one. Very comfortable. The man from the National Police Service teams to victory to claim heat number 9. But as we were talking about this, and of course the world relay is coming up in a month, in less than a month's time, what do you feel Kenyans need to do? Of course, we are talking about the sprinters, we are talking about the likes of Mweresa, Kipkurui, the likes of, we've seen Sanayek, these athletes that, of course, some of them went to Miramas and of course, they had a very good experience. What do you expect from Team Kenya, first of all, and what should they do to ensure that at least they do something that will put them in the top 14 for the World Championships?
Yes, I think now that a relay event is a combination of sprinters, what needs to be done is that after now getting the best sprinters in each category, say the 4x100 meters, the 4x400 meters, after now having the top sprinters in that specific category, is now to go for the techniques, the changeover of the pattern from one athlete to the other. That one alone is one of the techniques that, if not taken care of and built on, it will cost us a lot. You can be having a very fast, the fastest 4 athletes, but the pattern changeover from one person to another can cost a country dearly. So after that, we now need to concentrate on now training them on how to pass the baton from one person to the other.
I'm sure you've been witnessing what has been happening globally in the sprints, whereby in the relays, of course, looking at how the trends have been. Nobody is a favorite heading into the championships. What kind of preparations need to be done by Team Kenya for those who will be going to Xiamen?
Yes, I think many of the young upcoming athletes needed some exposure, so that when they get to the world stage, they will be ready to withhold the pressure of the other senior athletes who have been competing. Given that this year we will be having the new event of 4x100 meters mixed, whereby we will have ladies and men. For that to happen, we need now to plan on how we will execute that, because it has never happened before. We are doing it for the first time, and we need now to see how it will happen, the changeover from a lady to a man. And that's a technique that we need to perfect before we go to the world stage.
Of course, you're talking about the shorter version, the 4x100, and we'll be talking about that in a bit, because the 10th heat of the 400 meters is underway. And of course, on your screens, Peter Karaoke in lane number 2, Kesio Kiplimo in lane number 3, Geoffrey Waweru in lane number 4, Emmanuel Kibet in lane number 5, John Kiengo, Kennedy Cheruyot, and Nicholas Kerina. And now leading, of course, is John Kiengo. Let's see how if he can hold on to that one. But then this man from the outside, Nicholas Kering, he knows that he has the long strides. Let's see if he can use the long strides to come in and claim victory in this one as they head into the 150. Of course, there is a slight change, and this man running in lane number 4, Geoffrey Waweru, steaming away. He knows that he has the chance to win this one, and of course, that distance is just too huge. He's gonna win this 10th hit of the 400 meters. Tactical there, coach. He knew exactly, and they normally say on the 150, that is where it all changes.
True, in 400 meters, you now need to have enough energy for the last 100 or 150 meters toward the finish line. If you are faster in the first part of the field and you do not have a reserve energy for the finish, still you will be beaten to the last. But when you see the winner, the immediate winner of this hit, is that he executed very well. That the last part of the field, he had some energy and some power. And that's one of the techniques that the 400 meters athletes need to use always.
Of course, it's all about technique, and of course, the lactic acid creeps in. And we also see how these athletes behave. As a coach, and of course, one who's experienced all this happening, the 400 meters and the 800 meters, how do you conduct, especially the 800 meters where there's a split?
I think also for the 800 meters, I'm not so much expert in that, but I know always that for you to run very well, you should balance your energy between the first 400 meters. Many athletes are doing it at around 49, 50 to 51. And after now doing the 51 in the first 400 meters, you should now have another energy to do almost the same time or slightly slower. So for you to have that, you should have done a good training so that after running the 51 or 52 seconds in 400 meters, you will be able again to run another maybe 52 or 53. So it needs the energy distribution and balancing, which comes from a well-calculated training program.
And I'm sure not many people have talked about this. Maybe Victor asked you, but I'll ask you again about this tartan track here in Nakuru. In your views, is it going to give us the best during this weekend?
Nakuru, since a long time, has been posting good timings in terms of track events. And now that the track is having a tartan, it will give us a very good time, especially in sprints. Given that today the weather is conducive for the events, I believe we will have many athletes doing their season best, if not personal best. Many of them will do the season best, and we hope as we go for the finals tomorrow, they will be able to register many good timings.
Last time you were here, of course, it was a Maram track, and of course, what's the difference between running on this tartan and Maram? You know, maybe on the expert know the difference, but now let's say the viewer who's viewing across the globe, they want really to know what kind of energy is used on tartan, and of course, what energy is used on Maram.
You know, for a tartan track, you always have an even level to run on, as compared to a Maram track, whereby sometimes you can get some holes around or some down depressions along the track. But if you are in a tartan track, you will be always sure that you are running on a flat surface, whereby if you are now to distribute your energy and run, you are sure that there is no way you can get an injury. Many athletes who run at the Maram track fear getting the injury because of the way the track is. You can step on some stones or any other object that is on the track. But on tartan track, you are always ready to give your best, given that there is no any other fear for an athlete.
The 11th heat of the 400 meters taking shape right now as athletes gather to ensure that they are in good shape. But then this man running in lane number 4, that's Mark Napayok, of course, coming in. And Kennedy Kimeu Yes, is the man in the lead currently, and he'll be winning this 400 meters. 2 more to go here at the Afra Stadium, and you've heard about the beauty of running on tartan, whereby you run on an even surface, and a surface that has been actually tested, and of course has the best conditions for each and every athlete to run on. Even the fear of getting an injury is limited on the tartan track. And of course, we just before I release you, because I know you want to concentrate also with your athletes. Maybe your last words. This year we hosting the Kip Keino Classic. Of course, the dates have been confirmed for next month, and of course we'll have the national trials, and then we'll have the World Athletics Championships in September. Maybe your expectations, you as a coach and of course as a Kenyan.
What I can say to these sprinters is that the future is promising. Currently, we have so many both national and international events prepared for the sprinters. And if you concentrate and invest well in your training, certainly you will get an opportunity to be an international athlete. Come the beginning of the outdoor games, which are now beginning, it's the best opportunity for all of you to showcase your capabilities, and the future is promising. Keep training, avoid the use of any other unauthorized substance, and the future is promising.
All the future is promising. Thank you so much, Coach, and all the best as you prepare the team for the upcoming assignments. It's been a pleasure having you around. And of course, right now we shift focus to heat number 12 of the 400 meters. This is a heat that has a couple of good names. We have Andrew Oronyi. We have Elkanah Chemelil in lane number 6, Tinega Brian in lane number 7, Gilbert Kipkurui in lane number 8. So Andrew Oronyi in lane number 1, Thomas Omalo in lane number 3, Emmanuel Leteipa in lane number 4, Marlon Kiprono, Elkanah Chemelil, Tinega Brian, and Gilbert Kipkurui. Brian Tinega, very experienced. Emmanuel Teipa, Elkanah Chemelil. So we're ready for heat number 12, the second last heat of the 400 meters. Andrew, Thomas, Emmanuel, Marlon, Elkanah, Tinega, and Gilbert. Off they go. Brian Tinega, Elkanah Chemelil. Some of the athletes to watch out for. And Tinega straight away sprints away from the rest. He looks like a man who is possessed. Look at him in 910. Tinega Brian, he knows that this is his chance to reign supreme over Elkanah Chemelil, who is coming in second at the moment. But it is Brian Tinega right now currently assuming that lead as they head to the home stretch, into the 120, into the 110, into the 100 right now. It is Brian Tinega, Elkanah currently in second, but then watch out for Tom Emmanuel in lane number 3, but then it will be Brian just about winning this one. Because one more hit to go. In hit number 13, in lane number 2, Collins Kimutai. In lane number 3, Desmond Birech. Edwin Kimutai in lane number 4. Shem Kiprono in lane number 5. Yenjok Ayul in lane number 6. The tall man, the man indicating from Nyanza North, Daniel Ndiwa, and Isaac Kipkoski. Remember, we are here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. bringing you every bit and every piece of action. Courtesy of Athletics Kenya and Betika. Award ceremonies, of course, will be coming later on. And as usual, we have to remind you that standard entry time for the World Athletics Championships is 44.85 in the 400 meters men and 50.75 in the 400 meters women. So plenty of time to improve, plenty of time to scan and ensure that everything is in order. Field events also going on. The discus throw women, for of course we've done in the 400 meters women the hits, and of course this is the last hit in the 400 meters men. 13 hits in total. We'll be waiting to hear what is coming up next. But this is hit number 13 of the 400 meters. Brian Kipkurui, Samuel Tingisya, Bravin Ririmoy, Isaiah Salayek, David Sanayek, Duncan Garo, Evans Kipleting. So it is the tall figure of Ayul, but then it is Isaac Kosgei, I think, who will be winning this one from lane number 5. Of course, Shem Kiprono, of course. Sorry about that. Shem Kiprono finishing us off, winning the 13th hit of the 400 meters. The 200 meters heat number 2, Maureen Cherono in lane number 2, Faith Mweni in lane number 3, Susan Nyambura, the referee in lane number 4, Brenda Matsitsa, the cousin to Esther Mbagari in lane number 5, Mercy Obiero in lane number 6, and Ivan Mwangala. And off they go, the 200 meters heat number 2 here at the Afra Stadium. Now it's a battle between Matsitsa and Nyambura. Nyambura coming in from the outside, but then it's Brenda Matsitsa who is actually winning this one. She might have just pulled a hamstring, but just managed to go through. I don't know the extent of that pull. But Brenda Matsitsa, winner of the second heat in the 200 meters.
Indeed, that was the second heat of the women's 200 meters here at the Afraha Stadium. Quite a draining and fast heat compared to the first one. The weather is slowly changing. The temperatures are going low. On your screen, we see the President of Athletics Kenya, Retired General Tuwei. As the participants for the third heat get ready for the start of the race. Participants here and everyone here at the stadium is being entertained. So we are waiting for the start of heat number 3. We can see Athletics Kenya President having a chat there on the stands, and the race has taken off. That is heat number 3. Indeed, we are coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium. This is the fourth leg of Athletics Kenya Betika track and field meet being held in this Rift Valley town. This is the women's 200 meters race. This is heat number 4. The stadium is slowly getting full, and off they go off their blocks. You can hear cheers from the crowds. And indeed, Siombua is sprinting, but she seems to be losing it, and she's gonna finish in position 3. The race has just ended. The stadium is slowly getting full as the day goes by. Perhaps those who are at home and probably watching us live, catching a glimpse of what is happening here, have decided to come and see the athletes physically. And also, going by the size of this stadium, you wouldn't compare it to other facilities in the country. The newly built stands for the fans are big, and they can accommodate so many people. As participants for the next heat get ready, just setting their blocks, ensuring that everything is okay. Setting the blocks, ensuring everything is okay, and just the last minute preparation. Remember, some of them had taken part in their 100 meters, so now they're doing the 200 meters charity. The large numbers in the sprints. What do you have to say about that?
It's been motivated by the prize money. We also have the bingo fest that has been going on over the holiday and over the break, and the athletes have been active. Hence, that is why you've seen that there's an influx. And then there is also the World Relays Championship that is coming up on 10th to 11th of May. So the trials will be next week on Saturday. The list of invited athletes will be shared probably during the course of the week for the ones who will be going. And then we also have, currently we have the 200 meters women going on. I'm going to hand you over.
This is Masio Cage. Masio Cage has just won the race. It seemed easy for her. She didn't break a sweat, leading from gun to tape. And as I always say, I will always like these reactions. I always want to hear what they always talk here at the final, at the tape. Yeah, and probably have a boom mic that captures that natural sound, because I think that's where the real reaction is. You didn't compare that to the side interviews that are normally done after the races. Over the years, we've had an interest in sprints, both in men and women. Why do you think that is so? Is it the Omanyala fever?
Yeah, you see, when Omanyala came in, it showed that it's possible, anyone can do it. And then there is also the relationship that was opened through him with the Athletics Kenya and Miramas for the sprinters. It's a development. It's more of developmental, and it has been helping the athletes for sprints. That is why you saw last year we also had quite a good number of athletes in the Olympics, and some went ahead of the rest, so that they could continue with the training and sharpening of the skills. From then, everything has been improving on steadily.
Now we are waiting the start of the men's 100 meters. And they are getting ready to start the race, setting their blocks, perhaps doing last minute preparations as we await the start. The start of the 200 meters men's final. That is heat number 1, not a final. We are waiting the start of the 200 meters men. Off they go. That is heat number 1. First heat of the men's 200 meters. Seems to be a very tough duel here. Very tough duel here, but athlete in nail number 7 takes it. Meshak Babu has won the first heat of the men's 400 meters race. Heat number 3 is about to begin. The sprinters ensuring that their blocks are well set and ready for takeoff. In lane number 1, we have lane number 2, we have Stembridge Rono, Benson Lekishol, Wilson Toitoek, Robin Wanjala, and off they go. Very clean finish, nice finish. And now the contention is between Martin Juma and Benson Lekishol. Benson Lekishol dashes to the finish, sprinting nicely, and Robin Wanjala comes in second. Benson Lekishol finishing first. The winners of the women's 5,000 meters, you had Cynthia Chemngeno, a time of 15.286 seconds. Gladys Jeptekeny, 15 minutes, 29.6 seconds. Cynthia Chepkurui was third. Mercy Chepkemoi was fourth. And Rebecca Mwangi was fifth. The qualifying time for the 5,000 meters. The race for the women is 14.50. So indeed, no one there ran a sub 14.51. On to the fourth heat of the men's 200 meters. And we have Gregory Collins, lane 1, 2, Luther Kamau, 3, Ekwam Sablon, Kibet Vincent, lane 4, lane 5, Magoa Griffin, Nelson Biwott, and Innocent Kadima in lane number 8. Kadima there getting ready, preparations, last minute preparations just before he gets off the blocks. Off they go. Innocent Kadima has taken off, but Ekwam is coming in lane 4 easily, easing, and has taken an early lead. Seems it's his own race. Zablon Ekwam is on the lead, and indeed is going to win this very easy. He didn't seem to tire there. It wasn't difficult for him in any way. Zablon Ekwam is a name to watch in the 400 meters. He also seems to be a crowd favorite. He's an Olympian. He ran a personal best last year in Nairobi. He did a 44.69. So far, he's the only athlete who has qualified over the distance, having ran a sub 45. He's previously held the national 400 meters title. That is in 2023 when he ran a personal best of 45.47 in an event where he also took part in the mixed relays. He was also part of the men's relays at the World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary in 2023. In 2024, he went forward and took part at the World Athletics Indoor Championships in Glasgow, Scotland, in the 4x4 men's race. He was part of the Kenyan team that set an indoor record, the African relay indoor record of 3 minutes 6.96 seconds to break a long-standing continental record that had been held by Nigeria. In the same year, he further lowered his personal best from 45.47 to 45.19 at the World Relays Trials held at in Nairobi. At the Paris Olympics, he did run a qualifying time and a personal best of 44.69. That was the qualifying for the Paris Olympics. And indeed, that is a name to watch over the distance. A native of Todonyang in Turkana County. On your screen, we have the fifth heat of the women's 200 meters. There seemed to be a technical hit, perhaps a false start. And in this heat, we have Shadrach Limo lane 2, Simani Regao lane 3, a person to watch. Kelvin Taut in lane 4, Emmanuel Arpey lane 5, another person to watch. Zakayo Kipchumba lane 6, Elkana Sabila lane 7, and Dennis Mugo. Indeed, this might end up being a very fast hit compared to all the other hits that we've seen so far, with the likes of Sabila, Tauta, Larpey, and Regao. For the second time, there seems to be a problem there, and indeed someone is going to receive marching orders, if not a warning. Off they go. That is hit number 5 of the men's 200 meters. Simani Regao on the lead. Simani Regao seems to be dropping off, and Elkana Sabila has taken the lead. I don't know why Regao has a very good start, but when it comes midway through the race, he seems to be losing his stamina. But a very young athlete, he has time to build up and also grow. And indeed, a wake-up call to the coaches. He needs a little bit of polishing up, but his physique, his technique is good. He's starting, how he's taking the corners, how he's beating the wind, his arms. But seems experience did sort of letting down, but he has a bright future to go. As you watch the replay, we have hit 6 of the men's 200 meters. We have in lane 2 Kevin Joktan Wambua, Jonathan in lane 3, Robinson Motende lane 4, Michael Njuguna lane 5, Eliud Kiprop lane 6, Pius Muya lane 7, and Kevin Kipkorir in lane number 8. Yeah, looking at the replay, you see Regao was almost on the lead. He negotiated the corner well. Look at his physique, how he's beating his arms, beating the wind. But Elkana Sabila seemed to have had the secret hiding at the corner, with Kelvin Tauta coming in second. Closely. Very close to Simani Regao. Now on your screen you have hit number 6 of the men's 200 meters. Robinson Motende has taken the lead, and Robinson Motende easily wins the race, having taken the lead soon after a few meters. Next on the track are the 400 meters athletes who should be coming in, and that will be the semi-finals before they sail to the finals, which will probably take place tomorrow. Heat number 7 has already gotten underway for the men's 200 meters and seems to be an easy one. Seems to be an easy one for Ronald Kiprono Koech. He didn't tire. And Samuel Wasike coming in second. Ronald. Kevin Kipkorir is the winner of this heat. An athlete from the NPS, that is the National Police Service. Where a shot of the crowd mixed with athletes and fans. Others are former athletes, others are coaches. Very bright and beautiful faces. Others following us live on the Athletics Kenya social media pages. Greg, you seem to be very happy. Greg, you seem to be very happy. Have you won the race? Why are you so happy?
It's 2 p.m. East Africa time, so everything is okay. But it seems it's going to rain tonight, so it depends where the rain will find you.
I saw you near the finish line. What took you from the broadcasting booth to the finish line? Perhaps were you a coach, were you an umpire, were you an official?
You have to learn the trade. You can be a coach, you can be an umpire, you can be an online tactician. So it all depends. But this is yet another round of the 200 meters. So many rounds, Victor. I don't know. But I have seen some very good sprinters in this one. But then you look at the technique. Look at how easy some of these sprinters are making this trade look like.
Yeah, I'd refer to heat number 4, 5, 6. And I'd say some of them were losing out on the top 3, and which will probably affect their timings depending on the heat, if they were fast hit or slow hits in terms of technique, because you see like an athlete is not beating the wind properly. And one athlete was negotiating the corner well, but once they come into full posture, another athlete has overtaken them, and that equally affects them. Like at the corner, they were leading, but once they come to the last 30-40 minutes dash, somebody has overtaken them. And indeed, with preparation that we've already had, it means we also need to do some little bit of sprucing up and polishing.
And of course, it's all about how you are prepared for races, the techniques you use, and of course, all the factors. If you flap your fingers too much, then you are bound not to perform well as somebody who balances between flapping and, of course, the body stature. And we've witnessed that even in international races, where somebody who flaps the arms, beats the wind, might not perform as well as someone who has that technique, knows when to increase the pace, when to maintain, and of course how to navigate through the corners. That's in case of the races like 200, 400, 800 and other senior races. But of course, very beautiful sceneries here in Nakuru, from the stands to the fans, everywhere. So I'm really loving Nakuru, by the way. It reminds me of the years I used to stay in Nakuru, the years between 2011, 2012, 2010. Nakuru is a beautiful place to be. And I know you have grown here, you have seen it all. And of course, I don't think you're going back to Nairobi.
For security reasons, I choose not to comment, because I know that is a political statement. But indeed, this is my hometown. I have family here. We grew up here. An alumni of Moi Primary School. So I've seen this town grown. I've seen this stuff. I've utilized it. I've ran here. The days when we had Scarlet, Abeingo FC, for soccer enthusiasts of yesteryears. So this is a facility that has a lot of rich historical significance, having been there for 76 years. There goes the ninth heat of the 200 meters men's race. As I told you, you can see the athlete in lane number 5 trailing, though he left the blocks as fast. This has already gone. He Imenda. The gap is too big, and Ochieng wins it easily. We also need to recognize the input, the effort, and the presence of the Nakuru county government, who will be our hosts for this weekend meet both today and tomorrow, ensuring that everything is in place from the stadia, from the service provider, providing the county ambulance. There is a lady who's on the track. It's an elderly, it's a granny actually, who was also racing. Perhaps reminding herself of her youthful days. The faces here, Greg, show are people who really are hungry and eager to make it in the circles of athletics, especially in the sprints, having come of age and having seen the likes of Ferdinando Manyala and other big names making it to the continental stage, if not the world stage, Greg.
Of course, as you say, it's all about, of course, posting the right times with the preparations, of course. And I'm looking at a scenario whereby most of these athletes have those ambitions. And just to remind you, the entry standards for the World Athletics Championships, we started at 100 meters where it's 10 seconds flat for men, 11.07 for women. And for the 200 meters that right now we are doing hit number 10, it's 20.16 for the men, and then 22.57 for the women. So you find out that the better preparations for these sprinters will make them edge closer to attaining that, as these athletes in heat number 10 are recalled for start in this 200 meters. So the track judge, Mr. Nicholas, has recalled the athletes as the reins draw closer, and of course Joseph Senare in lane number 2, Weissman Were in lane number 3, there is Mandu Kevin in lane number 4, Anthony Owino in lane number 5, Anthony Kirui in lane number 6, Abednego Nguta in lane number 7, and Brian Tinega once again competing in this one. He'll be running in lane number 7. So it's the 200 meters men, hit number 10, Weissman Were, the 400 meters hurdles, and national champion. And off they go smoothly, and Weissman Were off the blocks really nicely. He wants to test his speed, but see how well he navigates through the 150, coming into the home stretch. That is Weissman Were. The rest seem to be jogging. He seems to be running. It's too easy, but then Brian Tinega comes in second.
Why did Tinega have to look at Weissman? He would easily have used that energy to cross the line as the first one. I really want to see the times they've posted, because the margin might be very minimal, a 0.01 difference. Because despite Weissman having taken off very well, leading through, at some point he was the only one in the frame of the camera, but Tinega was trailing a distance, but when he was about just to catch up like 5 meters to the finish line, he decides to turn left. Once he turned his head left, and that's it. He would have easily won the race. That is the replay of the block. You can see how Weissman took off. And this weekend we have Ferdinand Omanyala taking part in the World Athletics Continental Tour gold in Botswana. That is a gold. It's a golden Grand Prix race, and to be the 12th of April in Gaborone. You have the likes of Bayanda Walaza from South Africa and Akani Simbine, as well as Ferdinand Omanyala, our very own, who will also be racing in that event. Look at him. He was looking, you see. That is heat number 11 that has already begun. Not a very fast hit. The running techniques vary. Roger Ouma has won that race. You can see how Roger Ouma was taking it easily. He did not break a sweat. Peter Maura tried to close in, but it was too late. And Ouma won the race. Greg, the clouds are changing, and we might expect a downpour in the next 1 hour or so.
That's the kind of weather we always experience here in Nakuru, and we're doing the last heat of the 200 meters, 12 hits in total. So Leon Muchaho in lane number 2, Yul Yedjo in lane number 3. Reminds me of Goat from Australia. There is Evans Kipngetich in lane number 4, Chris Mutuma in lane number 5, Kelvin Kipkurui, another name to watch, in lane number 6, and Abdul Kipkoech in lane number 7. So it is the last heat of the 200 meters men that we are just about to begin the last heat of the 200 meters as the rain threatens to pour here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. But that's the last heat of the 200 meters. Kelvin Kipkurui trying so hard to navigate that one, but then it is Abdul Kipkoech in the lead. But then watch out for Ayul and Leon Muchaho. But then it is Kelvin Kipkurui. Actually, it's Abdul Kipkoech claiming victory in the 200 meters, just about edging out Kelvin Kipkurui. Just witness yet again how it unfolded. The 800 meters final, semi-final underway. It's heat number 1. A race that is always known to produce good and great things for the Kenyan athletes. Several hits in the 800 meters. We're waiting to confirm who is actually in this first hit. If you're joining us, you're live from the Afra Stadium in Nakuru on day 1 of as they hit the bell, the 800 meters, an event that has always been dominated by the Kenyans. So Namgloria's Chepchumba, just as she did in Mumias, will she be able to maintain her lead? But then she's facing stiff competition from Maureen Chepkirui. The two shoulder to shoulder, neck to neck, toe to toe, stride for stride. It is Maureen Chepkirui from the inside, from the outside, trying to shoulder off Namglorias. But then Namglorias, the two training partners, are shoulder to shoulder. Who's going to emerge victorious? It's just about, but it's Chepkirui who beats her training partner to win the first heat of the 800 meters. Quite a tactical race. The two of them, of course, trained together, and Namglorias this time around wasn't able to match Maureen Chepkirui's prowess, and of course, there's Mercy and Maureen. Maureen winning the 800 meters heat number 1. Nancy Jepkemoi, Emily Cherotich, Milka Maturu, Joan Chepkorir, Faith Jerono, Sheila Chepkoech, Miriam Chepsang, Silva Chepcherop, Mildred Alukwe, Purity Chepkoech, and Mary Adome will be in heat number 2 of the 800 meters. Of course, the weather also changing in very fast. And with so Maureen Chepkirui winning that one. Of course, there was a cheer for Josephine Jelagat, a masters athlete who finished in 8th position. So we headed to heat number 2 of the 800 meters. Nancy Jepkemoi leading the rest. Can see Mary Adom with a very unique hairstyle, the tallest of these athletes here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Sylvia Cherop also aiming to make history of our own. Brush shoulders with the likes of Mary Mora. So 2 laps of the 800 meters, the second heat. Mary Adom, the tallest of these athletes, currently in 3rd place, but in the lead currently is Sheila Chepkoech. So Sheila Chepkoskei takes the lead as they hit the bell. The youngster with her long strides. Adom falling way back, but it is Sheila Chepkoskei, the very healthy lead heading into the last 200. Sheila Chepkoskei. Sheila Chepkoskei, of course, enjoying a very healthy lead ahead of Nancy Jepkemoi. The others trying so hard to close by, but then Sheila enjoying a healthy lead as she heads towards the last 100 meters of this race. Nancy Jepkemei trying so hard to catch up with Sheila, but then Sheila looks really strong and she will be winning this one very comfortably, the second heat of the 800 meters. In the third heat, of course, Yusta Maina, Otundo Mbagina, Apolsina Manani, Mary Ngige, Dorcas Munyiva, Purity Chepkirui, Vikoti Chemutai, Emily Jerop, Jacinta Apese, Mercy Cherop, Evelyn Wamboi, Anita Jepkoech. This is the third heat of the 800 meters women semi-final, as they ease through the 200 meters. As they come through 650 meters down. Jacinta Apetse in second place currently as they hit the bell. Will she use her strides to her advantage? She has very long strides. To her advantage, of course, they are breaking away from the rest of the pack. It's now become a two-horse race. The third heat of the 800 meters. It is Purity Chepkirui, of course, enjoying that lead. She's very experienced. She knows how to navigate through this one as she goes to the 120. That is Purity Chepkirui steaming away from Apetse. It is Purity Chepkirui who will be coming home ahead of Apetse to win the third heat of the 800 meters. So it is Purity Chepkirui claiming victory in heat number 3, Apese coming in second. So the rains have begun pouring here in Nakuru. So we're waiting to see if we shall be continuing with this or to be carried on to tomorrow, because there's one more heat of the 800 meters that is yet to take place. The one with Joan Charon, and of course they hit the track. Sandra Chepkoech, Vivian Chelangat, Naomi Khaemba, Sheila Chepkoech, Maureen Jeruto, Edina Mora, Esther Mora, Vanis Kerubo, Alice Moron, Sarah Mora, and Josephine Nyakori. So coming up is the fourth heat of the 800 meters. And off they go. It is the fourth heat of the 800 meters. The Moras are in the mix. Who's going to reign supreme in this one? We're yet to see. It is a two-lap race. Joan Cherono also another name that comes in. Of course, Sandra Chepkoech, Vivian Chelangat, Naomi Khaemba. That is Joan Cherono. That is Joan Cherono currently enjoying that lead. Sarah Mora currently in third. It's all about endurance. It's all about the technical ability to know when and where to navigate. But Joan Cherono leads as they hit the bell. Joan Cherono, remember, a specialist in the 800 meters. But then this is a different ball game. Sarah Mora now closes the gap between her and Joan. Sarah Mora hits the front. Joan just fell off. Two athletes just decided, okay, we are not going to finish this. Maybe it's a technical problem. Maybe it's an injury or something. Or they were just pacemaking for Sarah Mora, who is way, way ahead of the rest of the pack. What time will she be posting here? Remember, we talked about the entry standards for the World Athletics Championships for the women. And of course, I'm looking at this one. It is 1 minute 59 seconds. So Sarah Mora, after missing out in the Olympics, she wants to make a mark and ensure that she qualifies for the World Athletics Championships, and she's way, way ahead of the rest of the pack. Sarah Mora, the cousin to Mary Mora, she is learning from the best. She has been doing this for quite a while, and this is her. She's gonna win the fourth heat of the 800 meters women.
I like how she opened the gap. Looked easy for her. She's even smiling. You can see her congratulating her colleague, hugging her. And indeed, this comes with the experience. Already, the skies have decided to open up here at the Afraha Stadium. It is raining. Not very heavy, but it could have a cooling effect on some athletes. It could also not be very conducive for some athletes, especially the sprinters, because of the chilly weather. So now we are on to the men's race. The 800 meters men's race has just gotten underway. Remember, this is a race that Kenya has continued to dominate with the likes of Emmanuel Wanyonyi showing his exploits at the Olympic Games. David Rudisha as well breaking the record at the 2012 London Olympic Games. So this is a race that indeed Kenya rarely fails to bag a medal or missing out on the podium finish. Emmanuel Onyonyi neared running under sub 140 like David Rudisha, but it was not possible. He did a 141.19 seconds. Other notable names that have continued to shine over the distance are Emmanuel Korir, Alfred Kirwa, and we are coming to the final stretch of the men's 100 meters, and on the lead we have the race is just ended, and you're waiting for the start of the second heat of the men's 100 meters. Sorry, men's 800 meters here at the Afraha Stadium. The results for the women's triple jump, we had Faith Kipsang jumping 12.55 meters, Gloria Muley coming in second. The race has just gotten underway, and it is a full house. Dennis Cheriot, Dennis Kipchirchir, Felix Ngeno, Dismas Kibet, Robert Sifuna, Dennis Ekai, Collins Kipketer, Shadra Kipkoske, and David Kipkoske. On the lead is David Kipkoske. And seems the lead has just switched and changed over the last couple of minutes. Now we have Daniel Ekai on the lead. Coming on the right side, we have Robert Sifuna. Ekai on the lead. He's lost it to Sifuna. Now David Kipkoske as they go for the final lap. I hope Robert Sifuna is gonna maintain, having opened up and equally looking at his physique. One would not think that he would have the stamina to lead all through, but it seems he's gonna take it. I don't know. I mean, he came in as an underdog. Greg, is there any hidden science behind here? I don't know what I'm seeing, but I think the lad has won the race.
Manuel Wanyonyi began like that, and of course, the technique he's using, I think it's almost the same as that of Wanyonyi. You lead from the front, from the gun to tape, and that's what Mr. Dennis has done.
I'm looking at what Robert Sifuna. I mean, you can look at the physique of an athlete, his athleticism. He seems to be. He looks very strong. He looks like probably a 200 or 100 meter athlete. That's why I was saying I don't think I was doubting if he would have done what he did in 800 meters. And even you can see the other athletes pointing at him. They're equally surprised how he managed to lead at the bell and went and won. Perhaps let's see the time that he has posted as we await for the start of the second heat. The athletes are getting ready, taking the vantage positions, the vantage spots, and off they go. The gun has just sounded. Seems to be a tough one here. Henry Kipkoskei, Kiprop, Jonah, Henry Mwoka, Kipngotich Franklin, Kirui Nicodemus, Ivan Kibet Koros, Hilary Kemoi, Collins Kemoi, Dominic Parngetun, and Samuel Nzibo. On the lead, we have Henry Kosgei in bib number 472. Samuel Nzibo is slowly closing in on the left flank. Kipngetich Franklin is also coming in on the right flank from NYS. And indeed, we just discussed about the involvement of NYS in this athletics meets. And they seem to be a force to reckon with in the coming years, perhaps. So the tables are changing in the leading pack. But the man from NYS, Collins Kwemoy, seems to be leading. Another athlete is coming in forward, Dominic Bargetun. I like this race, Greg, how they keep changing from this position to this position. Number one has become number 3 at some point. Now we have Nicodemus Kirui, who's come from behind, chasing Dominic Bargetuni as much as Dominic Bargetuni has won. Nicodemus was also coming in very nicely.
Tactical race there. Of course, Nicodemus and Bargetuni each trying to ensure that they finish in the top positions. And as we say, some like running from the front, some like running from the back, and they seem to be training partners. You see they have the same attire. So maybe it's all about the tactics, who was in a better shape, and that is what has been happening here. So that was the third hit of the 800 meters. I'm just trying to see if, I don't know how many hits are there, because for the ladies, we had a couple of hits. And of course,
this could be the last hit. I think it was coming last. As I say, I always admire such a sportsmanship and athleticism.
Just going through some of the results from today's races. Cynthia Chapngeno, winner of the 5,000 meters women. Of course, Daniel Munguti won hit 3 of the 1,500 meters ahead of Charles Simoto. And Vincent Ketoros, of course, won his hit in a time of 3 minutes 38.29 seconds. This is the second heat, the third heat of the fourth heat of the 800 meters. This is heat number 4. It's Alan Cheminingwa in this hit as they hit the bell. Alan Cheminingwa currently in second place. Alan Kipiego now hits the front for the first time. Cheminingwa in third, Kipiego in second. Kipiego just easing. Cheminingwa from the outside. Cheminingwa from the outside. Is he gonna win it? The fastest man over the 800 meters this season. Alan Kipiego not really having anything to throw, but it will be Cheminingwa winning hit number 4 of the 800 meters.
And also results are coming here for the men's 200 meters heats. We have fastest qualifiers as Zablon Ekwam having done a 20.5. We have Elkana Sabila 20.8 seconds, Samuel Shege 20.9 seconds, and Meshak Babu 20.9 seconds. Well, as the race gets to a sprint finish, big shout out to Boniface Zambani, proprietor of Bochen Sports. Despite being a football enthusiast, is also a fan of athletics.
And of course, her sister is around, Alexina, former national captain, the handball, women handball team, multi-talented. Of course, she's here to support some of her colleagues from the Lanet, is it called the Lanet Garrison? Yes, here in Nakuru County. So it is happening here at the Afra Stadium. Slight showers, and of course that does not stop action from taking place. And we've just witnessed heat number 4 of the 800 meters. We are into the 5th heat of this one. Quite a huge turnout today, close to 1,200 athletes who've been here trying out to see if they can actually write some history as what we've heard. The 200 meters has a very interesting story. If those results are ratified, then I think we are well into a better position to qualify for the World Athletics Championship. But that's Reynold Chariot with his unique running style, of course, dominated the 2-kilometer loop races in the national cross-country series. And you can see Reynold, a very experienced runner, push and shove there as they navigate through the 150-meter mark heading into the first lap of this one. So Reynold Chariot in his usual fashion with that bling on his neck. Reynold Chariot, of course, he won the 2-kilometer loop race during the national cross-country series, the Bomet leg, and he did also wonders during the national cross-country championships at the Eldoret Sports Club. So he is in pole position here at the Afra Stadium in heat number 5 of the 800 meters. Will he maintain that good run that he's had over the last few seasons? For joining us, it is the 5th heat of the 800 meters. Reynold checks over his shoulder to see who is his closest challenger. They're still neck to neck, toe to toe, held shoulder to shoulder. Now it goes down to the wire as they look to size up each other on that corner. Reynold trying so hard to maintain that lead. He is experienced. Is he able to do that? Is he grimacing? No, he is not. He's got the kick. Reynold Chariot, but then from the outside, there's a real threat. But then Reynold Chariot, will he do it? Yes, he does. Just about. It's a photo finish, but then Reynold just shows the resilience that he's had over the last couple of months from the National Cross Country Series to the National Cross Country Championship, and now he is here trying to prove a point in this 800 meters. Jeremiah Mutai Kipkorir, the winner of heat number 7 of the 800 meters. So the 8th heat is just about to start, and I'm informed the 9th heat is also coming up. So in heat number 8, Vincent Kiro, Cosmas Kiplangat, Kipkurui Patrick, Alex Mututua, Felix Kitungat. Then there is Nashon Tambe, Cosmas Maloba, Evans Koech, Elijah Kipchumba, Nahor Kipchumba, and Dennis Kiplimo. Heat number 8 of the 800 meters. Tall figures there. Now taking the inside lane.
I just want to mention Cosmas Maloba and bib number 001 in the lead. I did meet Cosmas Maloba training in Nyahururu, fresh from high school, back in around 2009, 2010. At the time, also Samuel Kamau Wanjiru, the late Samuel Wanjiru, was also training in Nyahururu. And I've seen him grown with his zeal to make it in 800 meters. He sailed through and managed to join the forces. And I've not seen him personally. He's a personal friend, but we just talk on social media. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, but I've been seeing what he's been posting over the leg. So this is another lad that has always wanted to make it in 800 meters.
Nation, of course. But right now it's all about who's going to win this one. And of course, Cosmas Maloba, the man we are talking about, he's now stretching his lead. Of course, he's facing stiff competition. But then will Cosmas Maloba hang on to win there? He's being cheered by the crowd. But then he seems to have run out of steam. It is going to be very, very tight. Cosmas and, of course, Vincent Kirwa. But Vincent Kirwa uses his experience just to edge out Cosmas Maloba, and Vincent Kiro claims victory in heat number 8. And we just talked about how he was going to navigate through this one. Cosmas Maloba, of course, ensuring that he is in the next round. Vincent Kiro, of course, claiming victory in the 800 meters. And right now we going to hit number 9 of the 800 meters. Vincent Kipkosgei, Henry Kipruto, Edwin Koech, Nixon Cheriot, Kiplagat Kip Koech, Clinton Kimutai, Kim Tai, Laban Rotich, Kipchechir Emon, Silas Kemboi, and Amos Kiplangat and Kip Kemoi Bet. As they navigate through the rain here in Nakuru, it is the 9th heat of the 800 meters. You can see the rain hitting really hard on some of these athletes' faces. Henry Kipruto, a very unique movement as he hits the bell He is in the lead. Henry Kipruto is flying away. Henry Kipruto, he doesn't want to take any chances in this one. He's extended a very healthy lead, but the problem is, will he have that final kick? Because he's way ahead of the rest. Henry Kipruto trying so hard as he goes into the last 300. He seems to be slowing down, and they are catching up with him. It's Henry Kipruto who's run out of steam. He's grimacing. He's been overtaken, and now the lead goes to Silas Kiprono. Clinton Kimutai now. He's fallen to second. It's been a seesaw of a race. Clinton now falls into second place. But it will be Emon who wins this one. I think he's the one who just won that one ahead of Clinton Kimutai. The ninth heat of it's Amon Kipchirchir, yes, winner of heat number 9 of the 800 meters, finishing ahead of Clinton. So that signals the end of the 9th heat. We are into the 10th heat. We'll be updating you. So heat number 10. This will be the last heat in the 800 meters. The 10th heat of the 800 meters is underway. We'll have the semi-finals of the 100 meters also coming up later on. But this is the 10th heat of the 800 meters. Abraham Emaru, Vincent Kibet, Matthew Rono, Ronald Kiprop, Shadrach Kipngetich, Peter Kuria, Ezekiel Limo, Meshach Tialal, Theophilus Bahati, and Thorn Abraham Goat. Thorn Abraham Goat is currently in second with his long strides, running like Michael Arop does. There you go. Thorn Abraham Goat. Is he gonna do the Goat miracle here in Nakuru? He seems to be really strong. This man from South Sudan is enjoying a very healthy lead, but on the home stretch, he checks over his shoulder. I think that is where he might have just gotten it wrong. But then Goat, will he manage to see this through? He's being cheered on. And he wins the 10th heat of the 800 meters. Thorn Abraham Goat. The man from South Sudan finishes off the 800 meters in style, claiming victory in this race. So the 800 meters done and dusted here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Of course, rainy conditions, but the races have to go on as we hit the 3 p.m. mark. the sizable crowd here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru, watching every bit of action on day one of the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika Track and Field Weekend Meet. Nakuru Afra Stadium for the first time open to the public, and it is athletics that got us underway. 2 days of action here, and of course I'm being informed that we have the 100-meter semi-finals, starting the women semi-finals that will be coming up in a bit. The track judges, of course, ensuring that everything is in order for the event. So we are just about to begin the 100-meter semi-final. We are ready for the 100-meter semis. Athletes fixing the blocks to ensure that nothing is taken for granted before they hit the track. Joining us, we are live from Afra Stadium, a place that has 76 years of heritage, culture, and of course pride. Results from the field events, the triple jump men final. Alonzo Kitaita emerging victorious in that one. We'll just be giving you the results in a bit, but we are gearing up for the 100-meter semi-finals. I'm told afterwards we'll have the 400 meters final. So Alonzo Kitaita, 15.94. Kelvin Kiprono, Gilbert Kipkemoi, Isaac Kirwa, Evans Kipruto. So I'm looking at what is posted here and what is required for the World Athletics Championship. 15.94 it is for the triple jump. Yeah, and for the men, it's 17.22, the standard entry time for the triple jump. Still a lot of work to do, but my question is, Victor, are we able to recover 2 meters during this time to qualify for the World Championship?
A lot of preparation needs to be put into the works, especially we in this continent when it comes to field events. I wouldn't say it's the facilitation, but I think it's the preparation in general, because remember the YouTube man, Julius Diego, he was self-made. And we have the winners of the 5,000 women's race who will be announced shortly, because it was a street final, and the awarding ceremony will also take place courtesy of Betika. Remember, Betika has ensured that despite the athletes having won the races, they will not go home empty-handed, at least a token. And this perhaps also is among the reasons why we have a very high turnout of athletes coming for these meets. At least they don't go home empty-handed. At least you'll have something to take home to your loved ones. for those that have loved ones. So now we have the 100 meters, that is the semi-finals for the women, and tomorrow we'll have the finals. After the women's semi-finals, we'll have the men's as well. Then the 3,000 meter steeplechase, which will be a straight final. Then it will be followed by the sprint semi-finals, that is the 200 meter semi-finals and the 800 meter semi-finals. Perhaps, Greg, having the steeplechase in between, I think, is to give the athletes some time to have a break and have capture some breath, because most of them will have taken part in the 200 meters, and there are those that just ran the 400 meters a while ago. There are those that did run in the 100 meters. So if you have the 3,000 meters steeplechase in between, to give them some time to get some recovery before they come onto the track. And the other events that are equally taking place today, we have the hammer throw for both men and women that is being held at the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, which is just a few kilometers from Afraha Stadium here where we are, which is still here in Nakuru County. That is Nakuru West constituency, as well as the discus throw for both the men and the women. So in this particular meet, we will not be having the javelin throw. Looking at the Afraha Stadium, for reasons best known to me and you, the conditions of the turf, it might end up being injurious if you have the discus throw. So you can see the ladies, very nice shot there from the right side of the track. And off they go. Seems to be a delay there from athlete in lane number 5.
Esther Mbagari, of course, facing steep competition in this one. Is he gonna? She bolted off just about, but Esther Mbagari, that was quite a scary moment for the national champion.
I know. I don't know. I mean, at some point she slowed down 20 meters into the race. Then towards the finish, she realized that someone else was catching up, and she checked and sprinted off. And indeed, they seem to know each other very well. Let's see the replay. Lane 5 and lane 4. The granny who was here running up there. Yeah, and she was even given a medal for winning a race, though she ran alone. You can see off they go. Bagari had taken the lead, but sooner rather than later, there was stiff competition coming in on her right flank, but she realized that she was losing, and she decided to take off, and she won it easily. Perhaps she doesn't want to burn her strength, considering tomorrow there is a final. So her tactic was just to cross the line in a good position, which is position number 1.
Ferdinand Omanyala's partner, of course, Lavender, coming in third. I think she's improved from previous performance in the 100 meters, and it's something that is really encouraging. You can imagine a house of sprinters. And the brother, of course, Isaac, not in the field today, but we are in the second semi-final. Lucia Williams, of course, from South Sudan. She trains in Kenya. She knows this stuff very well, and of course she wants to prove a point, and of course the ultimate goal will be making it to Tokyo. I can see Nyambura also in lane number 2, seated on the block, just waiting for the signal. Lucia Williams with the long, unique hairstyle. She'll be running in lane number 3. Susan Nyambura in lane number 2. Just some of the athletes that will be running in the second semi-final of the 100 meters. So if you're coming, just tuning in, welcome aboard. We're live from Nakuru, Afraha Stadium, for the first time, bringing you the 4th edition of the Athletics Kenya Betika Weekend Meet. So this is it, the 100 meters. Lucia Williams in lane number 3. That is Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion in the 100 and 200 meters. Diana Hissa, also another seasonal runner. And that's the lineup for the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Who's making it through? Talked about Ferdinand Omanyala's partner Lavenda Mutavi, who finished third in the first semi-final behind Esther Mbagari and Doreen Waka of Kenya Police Service, sorry. So silence for start. It's the women 100 meters semi-final number 2. Watch out for Lucia Williams in lane number 3. And off they go nicely. And of course it is Esther Eunice Kadogo and Lucia Williams. Eunice Kadogo just redefines, rolls back the years to win this semi-final. She has gone through a very rough patch, but this season she is up and running. For how long shall she do that? We don't know yet, but is she in form? Yes, she is. She just beat Lucia Williams in that second semi-final. Eunice Kadogo, former national champion in the 100 and 200 meters. Of course, she's just set up a perfect final tomorrow. They got off the blocks nicely, but look at the experience that Eunice had. Just after the 30-meter mark, she raised her head, ensured that she stayed on a track, focused on the finishing line, and of course Lucia Williams, coming from the inside on the left side, could not really match. And Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion, just shows why she was so dominant in the past years. And of course right now she set the perfect mood, because everybody will be watching if it is Eunice, Esther Mbagari or Lucia Williams in the final of the 100 meters. And straight away we head to the 100 meters men semi-final.
Well, the second semi-final of the men's race, we can see a representative from the Utawala Sprints Club. There seems to be some little bit of concern with athlete in lane number 1. I don't know if there's a protest or there's a request from the athletes. Utawala Sprints Club is represented. National Police Service is represented as well. Kenya Prison Service is also represented. Coach Kirwa there, seasoned. Cynthia Chepngeno is the winner for the women's 5,000. Gladys Chepketeny came in second. One athlete seems to have been removed off this heat. Seems there was an issue. Probably he didn't register on time, or he had not shown interest in participating in this particular race. And so it will not be full house. We'll have a total of 6 athletes taking part, or rather 7 athletes taking part in the second semifinals of the 100 meters for men. They are on their blocks, waiting to take off. And off they go. Seems to be a very fast hit. Utawala Sprints Club having 3 athletes in this. Meshak Babu easily winning that one, but it seems to be a tough one. Seems to have been a tough one. It's an athlete who has fallen down. I hope and pray the injury is not as bad. We hope to get the replay of that one. And there we go. There they go, Meshak Babu of KDF, having previously run a time of 10.2. Did lead from start to finish with Steven Yang of also of KDF, trailing in very closely. And already looking at the times, we have a 10.2. That was a qualifying time for this semi-final. That was Meshak Babu. We had a 10.5. That was George Njenga of National Police Service. We had other athletes who... we had Steve Onyango also did a 10.4. And already we can see they are trying hard and pushing to run a sub 10.0 so that they can as well qualify for the World Athletics Championships. So now we're ready for heat number we are getting for heat number 3. Some seasoned athletes there: Ogutu, Oching. So Charles Kipkorir. We've seen athletes having taken part in 800 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, and 100 meters. Why? What do you have to say about it?
Sometimes it's all about a test of strength, speed, and endurance. And I think that's why you find some athletes like Meshak Babu trying out in their 100 meters. He is a 400-meter runner, by the way, so he tries to test his speed. And you know, now we are approaching the peak of these events, the track and field events. So this is a place where you can always want to test your speed, because you don't want to do that at the let's say the highest level. You have to try it down here, and of course ensuring that everything that you do everything that you do actually confines with what you wanted to do in real time, let's say in your specialty. In semi-final number 2, that is going to be restarted. Joshua Otieno in lane number 1, Richard Ogutu in lane number 2, Elkana Sabila in lane number 3, Justin Isabok in lane number 4, Kelvin Kipkorir, Charles Nyamweya, Dennis Mwai, and of course Eric Kimathi, who won heat number 1 of the 100 meters earlier on today. So we are ready for restart of the 100 meters semi-final heat number 2. So quite a tight decision there. And that's how it went. So someone's gonna go home in lane number 5. Kelvin Kipkorir will be taking yet another shower. I know there are showers of rain here this afternoon, but then Kelvin Kipkorir has been told he's not going to compete in the second semi-final after false start. And of course, we down to Joshua, Richard, Elkanah, Justin, Charles Nyamoya, Dennis Moy, and Eric Kimathi. Too much tension. Too much tension in this second semi-final. It's a rich field of athletes, so expect this kind of tension. And I bet we'll be having yet another restart, and I hope no other dismissal, as let's just check out what really happened here. Oh. Lane number 4. What's going to be the decision? What will be the decision? Justin Isaboke, a very experienced runner. He went before the gun, and this is something that will be interesting. I don't know. Maybe they'll be given yet another chance. I see the track judges urging them to settle on the blocks. Justin Saboke, of course, waiting to see if he can maneuver around.
Greg, I just like the emotions that.
Just before you go, Justin Saboke gets off nicely, but then in lane number 1, it is Isaboke.
It's actually confusing midway, because you had a lane number 5 coming forward, lane number 3, lane number 4, lane number 1, and I could even see you trying to jostle and just mention and say who's at the lead and who's winning. And these athletes seem to know each other. These sprinters know each other. I know this policeman, he's a seasoned athlete over the sprints, having taken part over the years. But I foresee soon he should be climbing up the ranks of coaching.
Yes, and Justin Isaboke, of course, representing the Kenya Defence Forces. It was a seesaw because they were exchanging leads. Eric Kimathi, who won the first heat, of course, wasn't able to match his prowess in this one, so it was really hard for him. But Justin Isaboke, of course, using his experience to reign supreme in the second semi-final of the 100 meters. So, what's going to happen next? We await to see, because there's plenty of action coming up.
Well, indeed, the skies did open up here at the Afraha National Stadium. At the Afraha Stadium, used to the Nyayo National Stadium, so the name National seems to be at the Afraha Stadium here in Nakuru. You can see the athletes from the Utawala Sprints Club knowing what they've done, knowing what they are doing. Every time one of them takes part in a race, wins a race, they have to take a photo and document it. And big shout out to Utawala Sprints Club. Once in a while, if you find time, visit their socials and just see what these boys and girls are doing. It's an amazing stuff. Big shout out to Betika, our sponsors of the day, as we are on the road to Tokyo, as well as the World Relays in Guangzhou, China. Betika's come in handy, ensuring that the team here and each and every other personnel, the technical personnel, and every other person here taking part in each and every leg of the AK Athletics Kenya field and track meet is well catered for. We also want to thank Athletics Kenya for their professionalism, ensuring that, especially the media team and the management, ensuring that everything is also in place. And equally to the professionalism of the media team, the camera crew, the sound engineer, ensuring that you, our valued viewer, gets the images and the sounds and sights as they come live from here at the Afraha Stadium. And despite the weather here, despite the drizzles and the rain, the light showers. These guys have said they're not going to relent, and they'll ensure that they're going to be beaming the images live. Also notable, we cannot mention our colleagues from Nakuru County. The scribes have come out in large numbers to ensure that this particular meet enjoys the coverage it deserves. Notable names are Sam Okulo Nation, Bridget Ngana, Joseph Kipsang, Suleiman Batia, Francis Morithi, veteran, amongst many others who are here at the Afraha Stadium. Greg, I can see Kidake there, Grace Kidake. Perhaps this is the attire she used at the Masters. I think I have to ask her once she finishes the race, but that's a seasoned athlete in lane number 2. From the long shot there, you can see her setting her blocks and just counting the steps to ensure that once she goes to the set position, all will be well. She took part in the Masters in the United States just a few days ago. She's based the coastal town of Mombasa, so I don't think this weather is really favoring her, but then again, she has to race. She has no option. The first semi-final of the women's 400 meters race is has taken off. can see Esther Bagari, Nancy Jebet, they are on the lead. Nancy Jebet on the lead. Is it 200 meters to go? Jebet leading. She seems to have had some burnout, but indeed she's on the lead, and Mercy Chebet, Esther Bagari. The second semi-final of the women's 400 meters race is underway. There they go. Everyone is on their marks. In set position. Too much tension amongst the athletes. This is understandable, especially with the sprints. We can see the starters changing roles. Seems to be an issue there with the start gun. And they're sorting it out. The race is about. They are now almost in a set position. Set position, and there sounds the gun, and off they go. Negotiating the first corner in a style finish. Seems to be a faster hit than the previous one. Every athlete very tactical. Their stature, their physique still up. The burnout has not kicked in. Mercy Okech, who has been posting faster times ever since this legs began, is on the lead, having taken a league after 100 meters. Is going to win, and indeed it's Mercy Okech. Mercy Okech coming in. Mercy Okech is on the final stretch, and indeed she has crossed as the winner of this particular race. This is the semi-finals of the women's 400 meters. Tomorrow we'll have the finals of this race. Soon we'll have the 200 meters finals for the men. After the 400 meters women's hits. For the men's 200 meters, we have Dennis Kiprono, Benson Lekishon in heat number 1, Robinson Motende in lane number 3, Moses Wasike lane number 4, Brian Tinega, Ekwam Zablon, Elkana Sabila, and Innocent Kadima. Indeed, this is supposed to be a very fast heat. With Zablon Ekwam having posted the best qualifying time of 20.5 seconds, followed by Elkana Sabila of 20.8 seconds.
The 400 meters men semi-final number 1 is just about to begin right now. And of course, I'll be giving you the guys to watch out for in lane number 1, Nicholas Kola, Elkana Chemelil, Kiprotich in lane number 3. So lane number 2 will be empty according to what I have here. Wilson Aletunyei will be running in lane number 5. Erastus Mbaluka in lane number 4. Kelvin Kiprotich yet again in lane number 6. Brian Tinega and Danson Kibet. Waiting to see if they'll be running in lane number 7 and 8 respectively. So Nicholas Kola, Erast Elkana Chemilil, Erastus Mbaluka, Wilson Lentunyei, Kelvin Kiprotich, Brantinegan, Danson Kibet. And there you go, the first semi-final of the 400 meters men. Quite a rich field here. Elkana Kiprotich won his heat comfortably. Will he be able to do that? But facing stiff competition from Wilson Lentunyei. And that is Kelvin Kiprotich assuming the lead for the first time. Nicholas Kola struggling a bit in lane number 1. But it is Wilson Lentunyei, Kelvin Kiprotich, Erastus Mbaluka. And that is Erastus Mbaluka. But then Brian Tinega just about edges. It is Kelvin Kiprotich, sorry, who storms to victory, and he'll be headed to the finals as the winner in semi-final number 1. So Erastus Mbaluka tried really hard, but then finished second in that one. Embracing the drizzles here in Nakuru. Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui winning semi-final number 1, and we headed to the second semi-final where William Ryan will be racing in lane number 3. I can see him fixing his blocks just to ensure that everything is in order before the start of the race. David Sanayek will be running in lane number 4. Eric Kimathi, who just ran the 100 meters. I'm not sure if he's going to take part in this one because the 100 meters was so energy sapping. Nathaniel Kipngetich in lane number 6, Alan Kipyegon and Moitalel Mpoke. So in lane number 5, it is Eric Kimathi. I'm not sure if it is Eric Kimathi or he's been replaced by someone else. So it's really interesting. 4 athletes in this one. Alan Kipyegon and Moitalel Mpoke, Nathaniel Kipngetich and Sayanek in this one. Of course, Cyanek running from lane number 4. Alan Kipiego trying really hard. Of course, we know him. Cyanek really struggling in this one. I don't know what might have gone into him, but then he responds in a very, very spectacular fashion. Cyanek, he knows how to take that bend nicely, and now he is in the lead. Nathaniel Kipngetich trying really hard. Kelvin Kipiegon, Alan Kipiegon trying so hard, but then it will be Cyanek, of course. I really expected him to perform this. To perform really well, and he has. After a few blips, he decided to take matters into his own hands, and of course winning the second semi-final of the 400 meters. Quite a scare for this man who has always dominated the 400 meters.
Poki was actually looking for a faster time. I think to him it was not about winning, it was about posting a good time so that he sails through to the finals. And indeed, I'm sure all factors held constant, that is now a reality. Soon we'll have 3,000 meters steeplechase. There are some showers here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru. So we expect some sliding perhaps for the non-experienced athletes at the water hole. We just expect some drama there. And that is the point where you'll find most of the photographers jostling there for space, because they know that is where they'll get the best shot. They say in a photography class, grab action shots first, and indeed that is where you'll get the action that is required. I mean, you wouldn't cover a steeplechase race without showing the photo over the water hole. Indeed, we're coming to you live courtesy of Athletics Kenya and our valued sponsor, that is Betika, and partner, that is ADAC, the anti-doping agency of Kenya. From the Afraha Stadium, this is the fourth leg of the Athletics Kenya Betika track and field meet. Remember, most of the athletes that are here, we're talking of over 1,200 athletes that registered for this particular meet, are here for various and major reasons. Others are here to book a slot for the World Relays that will be held in Guangzhou, China, in the month of May. Others are here also for the World Championships that will be held in Tokyo, Japan. So there is a lot of significance also to this track that has a lot of rich cultural heritage and historic background to the locals and to the residents of the South and the Central Rift, the iconic Afraha Stadium, having played host to notable events, notable leaders, notable sporting events, both in athletics and other discipline events. It is also considered in athletic circle one of the fastest turfs, one of the fastest facilities. So that also explains why athletes came here in droves and in large numbers. I'll give an example, like in the sprints, we had over 230 athletes registering for the sprint races, which indeed is a record high ever since this season began. That is a 3,000 meter steeplechase women's race. Remember, so this is the first heat. We had a total of slightly over 20 athletes are registering for the event. That is the first water point that the athletes have managed to go through. The crowds and the cheers indicate what is happening at the water hole. The athletes that decide not to go up, they decide to climb, literally climb like they're climbing the stairs. There they go on their second lap. Seems to be a rather slow hit, but every athlete has their own tactic. Perhaps towards the final laps, we shall see the athletes dashing and also increasing the speed. You can see fans peeping through the fence, others peeping from the balconies of the houses, or rather the flats that are here near this Afraha Stadium. In this particular heat, we have 17 athletes. We have Joyce Mining, Betsy Jemchol, Sharon Chepkemoi, Faith Cherotich, Anastasia Chepto, Faith Kiprop, Winyo Chepetek, Diana Chepkemoi, Jen Jerop, Dorothy Kimutai, Faith Chepkemoi, Judy Chepkowech, Celestine Biwot, Joyce Biwot, Mercy Wanjiro, Mercy Kiprotich, and Ronis Chelagat. Some names they are very mouthful, others are similar. Lots of similarities when it comes to the surnames and also the English names. Well, Celestine Biwott seems to be on the lead in bib number 1076. Slowly opening the gap with his with her closest competitor, another contender. Everyone has their own technique of jumping the hurdle. Others prefer going with the legs spread out. Others prefer jumping it from the side. This is the shots that most people have been waiting for. The water hole. Others prefer jumping on the side to reduce the distance. Others prefer jumping in straight. Others step on the hurdle and into the water hole. But in case when the temperatures are high, it gives a cooling effect to the body. And for the women's, we've had Kenya dominating the world stage. We have Beatrice Chepkoech clocking a time of 8 minutes 44.32 seconds. That was in 2018 at the Diamond League, where she won a gold medal. For the Olympic champion, we have Winfred Yavi, who's running for Bahrain. And I remember even during the Olympics, it was a shocker seeing her coming from behind and winning it as an underdog as well. On to the last lap of the race. That is Diana Chepkemoi. Who's also trying to come up to the leading pack. Diana Chepkemoi is I remember she took part in the 2024 World Under-20 in Lima, Peru, clocking a time of 9 minutes 29.84 seconds. And she seems to be sprinting towards the finish. She almost slipped there. Indeed, she has won the race. It was very easy for her.
Diana Chepkemoi, of course, World Under-20 Championship. She participated in Lima, Peru, winning bronze, and of course she's reigned supreme here in Nakuru. And of course we were talking to her earlier on this year, and she expressed her ambition to break the 3,000 meter steeplechase world record, and this is just the perfect way. I can see her posing for the photos. Diana Chepkemoi, of course, she wants to break the record held by Beatrice Chepkoech of 8 minutes 44.32 seconds set in 2018. And of course, Diana Chepkemoi is now a household name in the steeplechase. Of course, in last year during the National Olympic trial, she finished fourth in the women's steeplechase in a time of 9 minutes 44.50, narrowly missing out for a spot at the Olympics. And of course, she is one of those athletes we'll be looking forward to. Of course, right now she is the winner of this fourth Athletics Kenya and Betika weekend meet here at Afra Stadium. So Diana Chepkemoi, of course, winning that one just ahead of Nancy Biwott, who came in second. So that is the first of, I'm told there'll be another semi-final, another final. We'll be waiting to see if that is going to happen. But of course, the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Of course, the Kenyans want to wrestle from the Bahrainian Yavi Mutile, who is the current Olympic and world champion in the distance. So many things are going to happen this year. Will they happen in the favor of Kenyans or otherwise? We'll wait to see. Of course, heading into the last races on day one of this amazing fourth Athletics Kenya weekend meet. Of course, having track and field events here, and of course a couple of results coming through. In the 100 meters, the finalists, the list is here in the women finals, which will happen tomorrow. In lane number 1, you'll have Yvonne Mwangala of Kenya Prison Service. We'll have Lucia Williams of South Sudan, who qualified in a time of 12.0 seconds. Doreen Waka, who was neck to neck with Esther Mbagari in that semi-final. She will be running in lane number 3 with Esther Mbagari running in lane number 4. Eunice Kadogo will be running in lane number 5. I can't wait for this race. Lavenda Amutavi in lane number 6, Mary Sophia in lane number 7, and of course Brenda Matsitsa will be running in lane number 8. And of course a couple of interviews lined up, and Charity is on the other side. Charity, if you can hear us, please take it away. Beautiful scenes there of the Afra Stadium host for the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika track and field weekend meet. And of course, we've been here since morning, bringing you each and every piece of action. And we're running into the last moments of the day. And of course, we'll be waiting to see which other event is coming up. It's been a long day of athletics, of course, an enjoyable one. And for the first time here in Nakuru, we brought it